That is not what you want to see. Oh, for fuck's sake. YouTube, really? Okay, why the fuck is the rules not working? Yeah, if command source equals Twitch. Twitch message. Am I not fucking logged in? No, I'm logged in. Why the fuck is the rules not working? Okay, I'm gonna relaunch StreamerBot. Okay, let's try this again. There we go. That's what you like to see. Okay. Okay, internet is being, like, a tiny bit choppy. Twitch is being an asshole. Okay, so that test stream I did earlier, I can go ahead and delete that. Or, well, I guess I can just make it unlisted. There's no reason to delete it. Delete it. Yeah. Okay, let's go ahead and launch the game. And we can use the frame rate detector to see how we're actually looking. Because the Twitch bandwidth... The Twitch bandwidth is looking kind of like a yo-yo at the moment. Okay. YouTube's looking like slightly choppy. Like just occasionally. Twitch looks like it's fucking getting thrown around like a ping pong ball. But I mean, it is still better than earlier, so whatever the issue is gradually going away. Okay. Let's go ahead and pull this stuff up. Oh, Twitch! Why are you receiving a buffering? Don't do that. Okay, so Twitch is buffering, and the frame rate is going down further and further. It might not be stable enough just yet. Yeah, no, Twitch is buffering like crazy. What the heck? Maybe if I lower the resolution slightly. Because if I can get it to stably handle 3000 bandwidth, uh, kilobytes per second, then that is more than acceptable. Because I think that just means like a slightly lower frame rate and a slightly lower resolution. But as long as it's consistently smooth at those lower qualities, then that's better than jagged lag. Okay, so I'm gonna let this run for a little bit. Let Twitch try to catch up to the new standard. I'm gonna go fill up my water and stuff. Okay, I'm back. Okay, looks like Twitch has been stapling excellent for the past few minutes. Let's go ahead and refresh the web page and then do a latency test. Although I'm already getting buffering, so I don't have high hopes. About 6 seconds. That's not terrible. Although, I can't actually fully tell how good it is without someone on the other end to verify. Excuse me. I guess I'll just keep a watch on it for a little bit. See how it looks. Do a little bit of run around. Yeah, about 6 seconds latency. 6 seconds isn't terrible. That's like the baseline average of what I would expect it to be. Like 8 to 9 seconds is on like the high end of what is acceptable, but optimally it's like 2 to 3, like damn near instant. Like 5 to 6 seconds is a good middle ground. And then I think YouTube is just chilling. It's just fine. Unfortunately, Twitch is reporting only 36 frames per second, which is not what you'd like to see. What you want to see is 60 frames per second. Okay, I haven't seen any buffering in a while. So I'm gonna go and just test a couple small things that I was curious about. And I'm going to tentatively say that we are good. Oh. Come on. I don't know how that second guy, the guy who drank the Estus, I don't know how they lived. Like, I think I got them with 2 hits. Yeah, aiming with controller, kind of a pain. Okay, come on. Is any of you going to attack me? Okay, I'll let you get me down to low health. Because I don't know if the gate's gonna kill me in one hit. Okay, here we go. Nope. That's what I was afraid of. Okay. Okay, so... just warp back. Okay, so I do need to be at decently low health. Although, actually, I have Avarice. I can go all the way down to absolutely no health. One moment, I'm just typing something up real quick. Okay. Let's go ahead and get Power Within going so that I can start bringing my health down. Power Within should only bring my health down to 1%. So I'll go ahead and do a single heal just so I can... I don't want any of these guys to kill me. Okay, Power Within shouldn't kill me. Unless the amount of health it takes is directly proportional to... like the power of your flame. Oh, Meh. Okay. I guess we'll use Avarice. I got jebaited. The fat chest man has come to eat. Ah, yes. This is exactly how you're supposed to do archery, where you can't fucking see anything. Okay, I think below 1.5 big bars should be sufficient. Okay. What? Oh, when I landed on this side, so it's fine. So it should definitely kill now. Unless it's always a percentage of your remaining HP, which would be very funny, but not make any sense at all. Okay, no. Oh, okay. Okay, nothing fancy for dying to the gate. That's unfortunate. You know, I don't super care about the souls or humanity because I have infinite of both. Okay, I'm gonna go... Well, I'm gonna go grab my stuff so that I can regain my humanity. Okay, I'm gonna go check to see if Solaire has moved from this location. Oh, right.
Why, you monster! The fair lady! What have you done? What have you done?
Yo, it would be really funny if one of the maggots just fell down and knocked me off the platform. I mean, they're way too slow to get to the drop down in time, but it would still be funny. Okay, it looks like maybe they have left. Yeah, I don't think Solaire is in the tunnel anymore. Yeah, it's just the eight bugs? Why the fuck did I think there was 12? Okay, so not sure which of these I got latest, but Solaire is no longer here. So first location to check would be the Sunlight Altar. I don't know if being in the Covenant matters. Okay. I'm at max Covenant. So let's go ahead and do a full map reload. Okay, so Solaire went from Bridge to Anne Orlando, back to here, back to beginning of Izalith, to Maggot Place. He did mention the Gravelord of Nito at one point. Maybe he's here somehow? I do like that they, had the weapons drop from the invader themselves, but then you have to find the armor. I like that because it still gives you all of their stuff, but it, like, kind of splits the reward into, like, oh, you get some of the stuff immediately, but then there's, like, a second little bit of gameplay in order to get the rest. I like that. It extends the longevity of where the fuck is all of the everything. I guess so. Solaire's not here. Any new developments? Well, I tried killing myself with the large gate in the Undead Parish, and I succeeded, but it did not do anything. I haven't actually been able to stream lately for the past few days because, well, for a few days my hand was just fucked up and I didn't want to use a controller and make it worse. And then for a few days, my connection to Twitch was just absolute dog shit. So I just actually couldn't stream because it was just constantly buffering and lagging. Also, good morning. I did, I did have an idea of trying to get eggified before fighting Kalog, because they do give you access to 2 of the infected people. And then also talk to Ingwai while egged, because he does make a comment about, oh, but you don't have any eggs. So that's a couple things that I want to... Kalog? Quaylog. My bad. Yeah, I should probably learn to pronounce someone's name right if I'm trying to get to their eggs. Okay, so this did not do anything. No result. No result. Door does not function. No interact prompt. Okay, so Solaire has vanished from the Lost Izalith bug room. maybe he went to the... Maybe he went to the fucking giant-ass coffin. I still wouldn't be surprised if there was a false wall here. Although, it's entirely possible that I've just found all of the false walls, and there just aren't that many in the game. I guess so. Solaire's not here. Brass. Yeah, brass. Something that would be cool is apparently, like, at least according to the description of the Giant's Halberd, I think brass just naturally has electric properties. Because the Giant's Halberd just deals lightning damage. It would be cool if the brass gauntlets made your fists deal a little bit of electric damage. Did I kill you? No, I didn't. Do you have any information?
I'm just, I adore.
Do, 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 do.
Well, I'm certain we will. So I am willing to share some tips.
Oh?
If you see kindling in the catacombs, use divine weapons. That will repel the reassembling skeletons.
If I see kindling?
I'm afraid I don't. I'm afraid I don't see anything here.
Interesting.
Thank you. I have and I Well, that is a shame, but no, come back. Not ever. There'll be.
Interesting. Oh, if you seek kindling in the catacombs, use divine weapons. Not if you see kindling. Okay, so if you seek kindling, use divine weapons, it'll repel the undead. Very interesting. Oh, for fuck's sake. Game, stop fucking with my screenshot tool. Game! What the fuck kind of interaction is this bullshit? How is Dark Souls being in windowed full screen mode, or rather being in full screen mode, impacting the Windows snipping tool. And it forces YouTube to go into like super giga full screen to where I only see the top left corner of the entire display. What did I just press? I just pressed something that brought up like a browser specific screenshot tool. What was that? Wait, was it right click, take screenshot? Okay, well, I don't think I did a right click. Okay, well, let's go ahead and screenshot this text. Hmm. Very interesting.
I sup- I'm afraid.
I don't see anything here.
Well, that is a shame. But no, come back. Not every. They'll be.
That makes me think that, he has multiple lines of dialogue. And I just... Maybe, like, since I'm so far into the game, he's not gonna say any of them. Because, like, I'm already past when they would be relevant. Although, I am currently past when that would be relevant. Like, I think I've killed every single one of the necromancers and fully maxed out all of the bonfires. Maybe Solar went back to his original location. Good morning, Yami. Yeah, 20 million souls is quite a bit. Although that's what happens when you Duplicate the largest value soul 999 times. Oh, did something get a headshot? Yes, maybe. Losing it all to small skilly by pushing up a cliff. I mean, it wouldn't be that big a deal. I don't really have much use for souls anymore, and I can always just make more. Like, if you had somehow gotten 20,000 souls naturally, you're probably playing the game wrong. You're either playing the game wrong, or you are on, like, New Game Plus 50, and just actually have no use for souls anymore. Where, oh where is the shiny boy? The shining beacon of hope. You might get there if you're collecting all items. Possibly. Although the only way to get to 20,000 is to intentionally at some point just actively decide to stop leveling up. Which, if you're just playing casually, even if you're like going for full maxing, like you might as well you take the level ups when you can get them. Because if nothing else, you can just get more health. How does the Twitch stream look, by the way? It seemed like slightly lower frame rate, but it seemed consistent more or less. I always glass cannon. Twitch stream is fine, it's just stuttery. Okay, well, as long as it doesn't have like intermittent massive lag spikes, I think that's acceptable. Always glass cannon. I'd rather have a boss fight take half as long than tank twice the hits. Yeah, I suppose that's fair. It also forces you to not get hit. Because those kinds of builds only work if you don't get hit. The ideal health is usually a little bit more than a single Estus, so you can get hit once, and a single heal puts you in the safe zone again. I can see that. Because there are some attacks that give you enough downtime to get a heal immediately after. It would be funny if exclusively post Lord Vessel acquisition, if you made that guy mad, he just didn't respawn. Because him coming back is a soft lock prevention thing, but once you have the Lord Vessel, it's impossible to soft lock because you can always just warp away. Like, at the very least, you would probably have the Firelink Shrine. Ooh, 130 divine. That might be the highest divine that I've seen. Oh, I don't have the catacombs bonfire. Interesting. Right now I'm trying to find where Solaire went. Because I imagine, even if this is the end of the quest line, I would find his corpse lying somewhere. Although it is possible that Solaire's questline got fucked because I killed the Dark Moon, Dark Sun, Dark Eclipse. Darkest day, blackest night. No evil shall escape my infinite onslaught of arrows. Maybe, maybe Solaire is just chilling in the DLC and he's just waiting. I do find it very interesting that they did not remove the collision on the statue that used to be here. Or, well, presumably a statue used to be here. That was probably his firstborn child. And then he was like, oh, the fuck you. You're a human now, Lamau. Damn, this... Did you have your shield up or something? Because that damage was garbage. Nope. Nope, that damage is just garbage. The fuck? The guy has a fucking Baldur shield in Orlando. What the fuck? Over encumber your character, the dodge roll, creating a small earthquake. Yeah, I think that would be cool. Unfortunately, over encumbering just makes it so you can't dodge roll. Honestly, I feel that if you're over encumbered and you try to dodge roll, it should just make you just collapse to the ground. Like you just do like a belly flop. Maybe it could have the damaging mechanic similar to that. Like you fall on top of an enemy, and then it just harms them. My buddy is a weapon. No, somebody would absolutely be crazy enough to do that. I imagine damage would scale with, like, how over-encumbered you are. So if you wanted to maximize it, you would probably just find the heaviest weapon and get 4 of them. Until you slowly take off the armor. Nah, because then that removes nuance and utility. It's much funnier if you can actually, like, you just automatically slowly stand up. Although, because it would give you so much vulnerability, I don't see how that would be possible to win. Like, unless you just pump all of your level ups into health and defense, just so you can survive, like, the fucking 12, 20 seconds that it takes to stand up. You can't stand up on your own, you need a sword or something to push up again. That would be funny, but I think it detracts from the... Although if something like this was implemented by a normal person, they would be doing it exclusively for the funny. I'm trying to think of how it could also be, like, balanced gameplay-wise. Because you know for a fact that somebody is going to try to use that combatively. Be like shield bonks, but instead with your body? You just get chipped. Wait, like the enemy bonks off of you? I don't know. Solaire, are you up on top of the lid? I'm still not fully convinced that there isn't some random platform that you're supposed to just jump down to at some point. Like, they give you prism stones in this game for a reason. Like, you can swing a shield at the enemy to hit them, but instead of a shield, you swing your body. Oh. Oh, wait, so the belly flop, quote-unquote, attack would just deal really shitty damage? Yeah, but then at that point, you're just giving... You just tackle them? That feels like you're just taking the Thorn's armor and giving it to everything else, so long as you're over-encumbered. No. This is a divine weapon. You're supposed to fuck off. Yes, I know that's not a reassembling skeleton. Oh my goodness. Oh, that would be the most bullshit thing imaginable. For like master mode or whatever. Just throw a few necromancers down in this area so that the bone golems come back to life. Okay, so the Greatsword of Artorias does deal less damage. It deals significantly less damage, but I can also just swing it a lot faster. The bashing your head against a wall combo. Ooh. Continuation. Most weapons perform about the same. Oh! I didn't realize that you were allowed to fucking leave the platform that you were on. I guess that's because I usually just find them on solid ground. Dark Souls kind of encourages the head bash, because most weapons perform about the same. I think the biggest difference in weapons is, like, their animations. Like, how they actually execute their hurt boxes. And then there's also, like, damage types. Oh, Solaire, where the fuck are you? No, I don't give a shit. I have infinite soul. 20 million means nothing to me, because I can easily get that back at any bonfire. Funny thing about diminishing return, even at 20,000 souls, that's only like 5 or 6 level ups at the moment. Actually, wait, it might not even be that. I can't recall if I've gotten to the point to where I need multiple duplications for a single level up. I don't think I have. Comanche crunchy. Yeah, wait. 3.6 million for a level up. In retrospect, I probably should have maxed out resistance over attunement because I only ever used like 1 to 2 attunement slots. Okay, I'm gonna go check out Swamp Domain. Idea to hide the DLC in a new alpha way. Normal cave map like this, but certain walls produce a different pitch when you hit them, and you gotta hit them in ascending order. That is really cool. I feel that you should probably like have a visual indicator of which walls are specific. Of like which walls are special rather. But that would be a really cool idea. Kind of like just tuning forks, but reskinned as cave walls. Maybe you could have it be like the stalactites or mites rather. Or better yet, make it so that like most of them are without visual indicators. If you're not going to have visual indicators, I think that you should have some way that just passively encourages the player to accidentally hit them. Like maybe there's a bunch of enemies in the area as well. Is that awful, not cool? Yeah, but that is cool. Like if you want it to be awful, just remove the pitch mechanic. Just be like, oh, you have to hit the rocks in a certain order. No, I'm not telling you that they exist at all. Get fucked. Like, you can easily make something complete and utter bullshit by just not having any tell whatsoever. I wonder if I get eggified and then I do New Game Plus, I wonder if I start the game eggified. Given that it reverts you from human to hollow, I would imagine no, you don't stay eggified, but that would be funny. No, I'm actually kind of surprised that the worms don't... They should have had the worm infected sac people, like, have, like, a really low chance to drop an item that's just, like, infectious egg, so that you can just manually get infected. Just for the people that just happen to never die to these things. But then I guess that's the point, like maybe they want you to... Actually, that would make 100% deathless, like, just actually impossible. Unless, like, it's not dying to them, it's just taking damage.
Outstanding. Thank you. I suppose I can please.
Yeah, still don't know what the trigger for this is. I guess maybe buying all her shit and then killing Bed of Chaos, possibly?
Thank you. I suppose. Ah, very. There is nothing. Our time to get. Fool. I can do nothing.
What?
Fool. I can.
Oh, okay. Are you going to leave when I reload the map? Oh no, you didn't leave. Today on Ender stream, Ender walked past the DLC 55 times. Solaire, where the fuck are you? I would like to finish your quest line. I believe that is the pyromancy armor. Oh no, that's poison mist. Oh, okay. Poison mist is with the pyromancy armor. Okay, so I will actually go ahead and add to my notes that poison mist is definitively available. Oh, okay, I already wrote that. By the way, get a stream deck so you can quickly change. I know, I know. I'm aware of stream decks. I've wanted one for a while, but money. Money is a thing. Like, honestly, like, as soon as I actually am in a financial position to be able to save up money for hobbies like this, my first purchase is probably going to be a stream deck and then a proper microphone setup. But the microphone setup is on the lower end of priority because I need a new desk setup to be compatible with a proper microphone arm stand. Right now I'm just using a microphone that just attaches to my headphones. I mean, technically, I can use StreamerBot hotkeys to do an OBS scene change thing. So I could do that, just like make it be like Shift plus Control plus 8 numpad or something. Stream Deck is just a fancy keyboard. Yeah. You can just get a use the Logitech keyboard from work. I work at a door building facility. I don't think they do keyboards. Yeah, Stream Deck is just fancy hotkeys. It's just it has a nice visual interface. Man, I really wish that the special items with like auxiliary effects, I wish those effects were amplified by leveling up. I would love for the maggot to just be absolutely blinding every single shadow away in like a 20-mile radius. That would be super funny. Like you go down to Tomb of Giants and you can just see everything plain as day. That would actually be, like, you could do something cool with that to where, like, say there is, like, platforms that you're just supposed to jump down to in the void. You would have the prism stones, potentially like a visual aid, like a path just leading off into the thing. You could have a max level maggot helmet, or maybe like a really high level intelligence modifier, and just cast light. Like, it would add, like, so many different ways to do the same thing, which I feel is always good in games like this. I think it's also kind of niche, though. Yes, and for me, I think that niche things are amazing. It's the spice of the game because it's not always relevant, but then like if you happen to play in a certain way that takes advantage of it, it's a nice little bonus. And like specifically in the case, a new player probably doesn't care about staying in a tournament once they want to finish the game, and also someone who has played the game a lot already knows the map. That's not true. I mean, if you've played the game a lot, maybe. But also, like, I don't know. For me, I just really like niche things because sometimes there is utility for it. And when there is utility for it, it's like, yo, this is actually really amazing. Okay, why the fuck is there just a guy that just always dies on spawn here? Chill the fuck out. But yeah, I just really like niche mechanics that, like, aren't, like, it's not just, like, massively widely useful, but it's just, like, occasionally it is useful. Randomly dies here on the table. Yeah, like, I don't even know which enemy is dying there. Like, probably a basilisk, given how much soul it gave me. It's definitely not the big mushroom, because they're on ground level. I mean, unless that was accidentally placed out of bound. That's a possibility. Yeah, I was about to say, unless it was, like, placed partially in the ground and it clipped into the abyss. Although, if it is an enemy that's just automatically placed out of bounds, depending on your rule set, for pacifist, that could mean that you're not, like, you just aren't allowed to go to the Great Hollow at all. Like, if you're counting every enemy death as a strike against the run. Because I don't think there's any definitive way to tell this is legally a player-killed enemy. I don't know if there's a way to determine that. I mean, actually, no. No, the Eye of the Ring of the Evil Eye, I believe, does not trigger on... Like, I know for certain it doesn't trigger when Nito kills his summons, but that could just be because they are flagged to respawn. Because bosses and all that? Well, yeah. Like, very, very, very rarely is true pacifist impossible. Like, unless the game is designed around it. Which is why you just minimize it. You just throw an asterisk and call it a day. What? Oh, I didn't... Okay, I did not... With enough out-of-bounds glitches, it's usually possible. Fair. Out-of-bounds do be shenanigan-y. Although, I imagine most people prefer to not use out-of-bounds if it's possible, because that typically is more interesting. I think you can't get out of bounds in this game before the first boss. I have been told that there's a way to skip collecting Estus. So maybe there's a way to get out of bounds. Okay, 1712. That's not an out-of-bound glitch. It's even intentional. That's very interesting. Okay, I'm looking at my health value. I have the Ring of the Evil Eye equipped. So I want to see if when this guy dies, if it gives me health. Okay, 1475. Okay, yep. That guy died. Okay, so the Ring of the Evil Eye triggers on all enemy death. Huh, well that's very odd. Because... Does it require a specific class? Because I'd be curious to try and find that. Like I have an idea of where I think it might be. Accidentally ran to this, was really confused by the game. Oh, that's beautiful. Ah, yes, the classic blind playthrough accidentally missing the healing item. Oh. Man, did chat immediately tell them what was going on? Because I would love it if chat just collectively agreed to never explain what was happening. Chat said nothing. Amazing. Oh, that's beautiful. Streamer doesn't know. Does it require a specific class? Because I have an idea of where it might be. I'm checking? Okay. Oh, I can't do deluxe. I wonder which of these incredible gifts I should choose. Situational garbage? Situational garbage? Actually, Twin Humanities is kind of nice if you have a plan for it. Literally the worst option, unless you're doing a no analog stick for movement run. Does actually nothing, to my knowledge. Actively bypasses the progression of the game. Thief and Black Firebomb. Okay. Lore and like 5% health bonus. Man, I'm actually kind of curious. Like, obviously, like, every player has a different play style and all that jazz, but I'm kind of curious. First, unequip. Interesting that it defaults to slot 2. I'm kind of curious how someone could accidentally find that. And, like, I didn't. Like, not that I'm smarter than everyone and whatever, but I just, like, I feel like I'm pretty good at just passively noticing obscure stuff. Maybe the camera just was pointed away. Or maybe it's just a different kind of obscure. Or maybe it's not obscure. And that's how I didn't notice it, because it wasn't hidden. Required parameters 6 and 6. Hello, my man. I see you up there. My favorite cold open in a Dark Souls game. I'm not familiar with that term. Does cold open mean like the start of a game doesn't have any intro? It just throws you in? Like no NPC explanations? Oh wait, grabbing stuff actually matters. Is a movie term? It refers to throwing you straight into the action without telling you anything. Oh, okay. Had a blast watching Love to Hop. Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay, first message, had high hopes. Second message, fuck off. Interesting. The bandit's knife does not bonk. And since it doesn't bonk, it doesn't take wall durability. Okay, well, it bonks on the strong attack. Okay, I imagine it's something jump up here. Find all the weapons that bonk on walls. Nice. Yeah, I could definitely see someone doing something like that. Given that grassy night percent exists in Hollow Knight, people will speedrun literally anything. Something that would be kind of cool is if there was class-specific abilities, like a passive bonus. Like maybe the thief just like somehow has like a slightly easier time finding hidden walls and stuff. Like maybe not free, but maybe it's like if you're standing right next to it, it like automatically reveals rather than having to roll into it or attack it. I think the class is having little to no differences on purpose. Maybe. Okay, well my idea just got flawed because I was thinking it was something jump off the roof on that side. The devs don't want one class to be better than the others, so people have varied experience. Yeah, but if the classes don't matter, then if the classes are more or less the same, then there is no varied experience. That argument immediately falls apart. Okay, well, my idea immediately just got flipped upside down because I was thinking it was go through here and then jump off of that. But in order to get the key, well, he gives you the Estus first. Starting equipment is different, and starting stats, so you can use different items. I suppose that's fair. The fuck do you mean it's locked? It's a bolt action, and the bolt is on this side. Excuse me? Oh, I guess there's a, Oh, only thing... You already locked yourself out of this? Yeah. Yeah, I was thinking if it had something to do with the, arena itself, then I would already be locked out. I was thinking... My second guess was maybe something to do with getting up there, but that door is also locked. So the thing that they did Was it like just skipping the Estus, or did it also like actually skip the boss fight as well? That's very bright. I want to try to figure it out on my own. It's been a while since I have had new content. Only skips Estus, doesn't skip the boss? Interesting. Because I know that if you well, I guess in New Game Plus, if you kill the boss just straight up before you get to Oscar, it does not give you the key. It only gives you the big-ass hammer. Which I think it would be very odd for them to make that exclusive, make it exclusive to base game. Although, if I'm going to do that, then I'm going to start as Sorcerer. Okay. Because funny, haha. Actually, starting with black firebombs is probably the best choice, just for speeding up the first fight. Because that's gonna do a decent chunk of damage. Because, like, I've known for a little while that you can kill the boss early. Well, I guess I've always known because, like, it exists. It's an enemy with a health bar. And very few of those are immortal. Although not having... Well, I guess shield doesn't matter for this guy because he has massive bonk stick. Oh, yeah, fuck. You absolutely do black firebombs. What the hell? That makes the fight free. Why is this doing so much damage? What the fuck? Jesus fucking Christ. Well, that's kind of disappointing. Make the cool early boss skip, like, just super fucking easy. Okay, I was half expecting it to drop me down. Okay, well, the only thing that got locked out previously is this room. Maybe the bus just grabs you and throws you through the window. Or maybe... Oh, fuck. I forgot this is shit. Maybe killing the boss first makes him give you the key before the Estus. That'd be hilarious. You were too bad at the game and let the boss grab you once. No Estus for you. That would be super fucking funny. Like, maybe just like this like, once the boss gets to like 10% health or lower, they have like an incredibly obvious wind-up attack. Where if they grab you, it then like goes into a cutscene where they just choke you out of the asylum and you just go flying through the air. Like, you just skip the bird entirely. You go straight to Lordran. Oh, I tried to dodge. It did not work. Okay, are you going to give me the key first?
Oh, you. Thank goodness. I'm done for. I'll die soon. I wish to have you and I. Yes, I see. Perhaps I. Please, I have not. Now. Please, I have. Now.
Okay. Excuse me? Oh, he actually just dies. Okay, no, it does give you the Estus first. No, not continue. Maybe you have to actually, like, listen to him. Did the asylum demon respawn? What do you mean, did it respawn? I guess no. I mean, I killed it. If you kill the asylum demon... Oh, the stomping? No, that's stray demon. Well, one, this is a new file. But two, the stomping is stray demon. It's not asylum demon. I'm just gonna run straight forward. Oh, the landing doesn't have collision. Maybe it has to break all the pillars. I'm gonna try the talking to Oscar thing again. What? The boss didn't count as being dead? That I call bullshit. Okay, so the item is given to you at the same time as the victory achieved pops up. Makes sense. I'm getting his 2,000 soul. Oh, that's hilarious. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and... Because New Game Plus is no longer the focus, I'm gonna go ahead and remove that from the title. I'm just gonna replace New Game Plus with fucking around and finding out until I find the DLC. Wait, no, except I can't... Oh, well, FAFO. FAFO is probably legal. Like, the actual word fuck is not allowed. Okay, FAFO until I find the DLC. Day 62. Okay. Actually, I should probably leave my my other monitor on Twitch, just so I have easy access to the clip button. Although I suppose I could also just set a hotkey to make a clip. Clearly the solution is to do a super jump and just go straight through that hole in the ceiling. Okay, let's go ahead and just make a backup of my save right here. Although, I can't imagine this is actually what happened. Oh, that's super funny. The text exists and then fades away. Because he's not dead yet. But I can't imagine this is actually it, because even if he gives the key first, I don't think it's very likely for someone to not get the Estus immediately afterward.
I'll die. I wish you... Regrettably, But there is an thou, and thine egg when thou will not. Oh, and Estus.
No, fuck off.
Oh. Now I would hate and.
Meh. No, not just yet. I'm still messing around. Like, go ahead and let me know if I ever lock myself out of it, just so I don't keep punching walls that are not going to fall down. But I'd like to just not have confirmation just yet. That's gonna be a pretty big hit if I do. I know, this entire area is like fucking 2 square feet. You're already locked out? Yeah. You know, if it is intended to be like a speedrun tech, specifically like designed, then having it be before... Well, no, you still fight the boss. I guess maybe you're not allowed to use the black fire bombs. Maybe like you explicitly have to use that. Like you have to use the broken straight sword the entire time. Although if that was the case, then personally just don't have black fire bombs as a starting gift. Get out of my way. That's not what I wanted to do. Meh. I suppose one important thing is if it's like actually a trick or if it's just like a really obscure path. Because those are very different in terms of how you discover them. Because if it's just an obscure path, it could just be that I just didn't find it. Although if it's a trick, not many new players are just going to passively find those. Trick and path. For trick, I would say like a specific jump, like jumping over a wall to do something, but then a path would just be like, oh, it's a hidden passageway or a door or whatever that just directly leads to the next location. Whereas a trick is like utilizing some mechanics to quote-unquote sequence break, even if it's intended sequence break. So like if one of these just ended up being a false doorway, I would label that as a path. But say like jumping up some rubble and like up by the bowman
If you were to like jump up some rubble and then over the wall, I would consider that a trick. Don't tell me just yet. I'd like to mess around a little bit. Although, I'm not actually for sure what I would label killing this guy with just the straight sword hilt. Like that might be a path. Like it's definitely not it's definitely hard, but I don't think it's really a trick. It's just like you're not supposed to do this. Tell when you're conjecturing and when you're asking a question. Like if I want to know something, I will explicitly like address you and be like, "Hey, please let me know this. I would like the information of which I am talking." Like I try to make it very explicit when I do want something, so that if I'm just passively murmuring, it doesn't seem like I am asking for information. Okay. Before you started the new game, you were passively murmuring when thinking about the starting class, and you did want to know that? I didn't explicitly ask about that? Huh, I thought I was oh, I guess I didn't say I'm explicitly asking. That's fair. Although I can't imagine most, like, blind players would actually go through the effort of killing this guy with the straight sword hilt. Especially, like, one, you don't have healing at this point, and two, you don't have the built-up skill. Like, I think... Okay, jump attack is the strongest, but I think two-handed strong attack is gonna be like the highest DPS. 825 health? Okay. Although, I could see something very funny if he's just actually able to break the door. Come on over here, Mr. Man. Can you break this door for me? That would be really funny. Like, I think I've said that before, but it would be very funny if Asylum Demon could break the door. Breaking the doors, you mean all the parts of your body? True. He can break the door down to the afterlife. Give me a one-way trip. Oh, that's hilarious. Straight sword hilt is actually the exact same damage as your fist. It's just a different damage type and probably slightly higher range. I guess it has some parameter bonus. Okay. I'm gonna try using 4 fire bombs and then manually finishing them. Because that seems reasonable for a new player to be able to do. Also, I'm aware of the columns breaking. That's my next idea. That seems reasonable for a player to be able to do. Although, if a player did use 4 firebombs, they're just going to use a 5th firebomb. Like, almost certainly. Demon's Great Hammer. Humanity. Interesting. Okay, I guess I'll try my second idea, which is have Asylum Demon break every bone in this building's body. Oh, fuck you! Oh, wrong button. No, not load game. New game. Although I suppose one thing I haven't tried is just sitting in the cell at the very start. Just do absolutely no inputs. See if that does anything. Someone starts up the game, goes AFK to grab some sandwich or something. And then they come back to a unique cutscene. I didn't fucking dodge roll. Okay. Come on, my man. Oh, dude, the mist. There we go. It would be really funny if this caused the ceiling to fall on top of him. It would be even funnier if it caused the ceiling to fall on top of us as well. Okay, well that did absolutely nothing. Okay, what the? That didn't hit me. The hitboxes in this game are bullshit. Like, the hitboxes in this game are like 1.3 or 1.5 times larger than the actual visual. You're dodging a little. Yeah, but I'm not talking about invincibility frames. I'm talking about the weapon itself did not make contact with me. Like, the damaging part of the weapon is larger than the visual part of the weapon. That's what I take issue with. The damage lingers to punish spam. No, I'm not talking about. I'm not talking about when I take damage. I'm saying when the weapon's hurt box appears, the space where you're able to take damage extends beyond the visual of the boss's weapon. So you can make no physical contact with the weapon itself, but it still hurts you. Like that. Like that hitbox was fucking like 2 times wider than the handle of his weapon. Yo, you should break the floor and fall down to the Stray Demon Arena. That would be super funny. Okay, yeah, that definitively would have broken the door if it could have. Almost certainly. Okay, maybe I... What if I just run away for 5 years? Oh, it would actually be super funny if just one of the pots in the back corner just had a separate key. Prior to the time it's able to model tons of small hitboxes, so there's been a bit extra. I understand having like a single large collider for the weapon, because that, like, realistically, that weapon is effectively a big cylinder. But personally, I would have just made a sphere collider at the very end, and then like a single capsule collider for the handle. So it's only really 2 colliders, but it's still a lot more accurate. But then again, the Titanite Demon has like 7 hitboxes, and they can all hit you. Okay, whatever this is, I'm very impressed at the people who find it just passively, because this is hidden quite well. More about small hitboxes being able to phase through your character. and dealing with a low frame rate to make sure there's a hitbox during the swing. Yeah, I guess on the original consoles the frame rate would have been lower. But still, you could just avoid that by doing like full interpolation. By just checking, like, check every frame, check its previous position, check its current position, and if the player is in between those two positions. That might still have some edge cases, but it would probably solve some issues. Although I don't actually know if interpolation is the correct word for that technique. The only reason I even know that technique works is because that's how Mario 64 handles collision. Insanely expensive? Oh. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I don't know much about how it works. I just know that it is a thing that can be done. Okay. Okay, Yami, can you let me know, is it something in the boss fight? Like, if I walk past the boss fight, do I instantly get locked out? Because I'm having another idea that you have to walk past. Okay. Yeah, that matches up with I had an idea that, like, if you can somehow, because I think it's getting past this gate that causes the boss to like, now if the boss were to die, it would drop the key. I can't remember if it's actually picking up your weapon or just getting through that gate. But maybe if I die to Big Boy, I will respawn. But that trigger will be remaining in place. Although, I don't see how somebody... I mean, I guess maybe if you died to the boulder. I could see the boulder killing a new player. Mario 64 doesn't interpolate for... Doesn't it have, like, quarter frames or some bullshit? To where, like, it checks, like, 4 times a frame if the player would have gone through a wall. Sends out a ray and collision is what it... Oh, okay, then I just don't know... Then I was just using the wrong term entirely. Interpolation is correct. You calculate the positions in between frames and check with them. It's just not what 64 does. Oh, okay. Doobie doobie doobie. Game, where is your secrets? Give me all of your secrets. I wish to know how to do the funny no healing run. Because I don't think you can jump back down this. And even if you could, that door is locked. Interpolation is a lot more useful for animations, because you can smoothly move between two positions, and you don't have to check and make sure that the positions are correct or overlap with anything. Huh? You can smoothly move between two Oh, do you just mean, like, general animation, not collision animation? Because I know, like, in Blender, you can set 2 keyframes, and then it will just move the values to each other by a set amount every frame. That's what I was referring to, yes, purely visually. Oh, okay. Okay, I was hoping running to the right would cause it to, like, hit something like this, make a hole. Okay. Hmm. How... How the fuck? Okay, okay, well, it has to be something with the boulder, then. Because I'm not locked out of this tunnel. Like, okay, this enemy is gone, so it's something to do with this enemy or the boulder. Unless Bonfire respawns that enemy. It's either the bowman or the boulder, because that's the only things that's have to walk past the arena and I no longer have access to. Okay, no, the bowman is still here. So it's either you thought the bowman didn't respawn or it is the boulder. Although, the only thing I can think of is, like, parrying the boulder, but, like, I think I've already tried that. Maybe I just had bad timing. Although, if it is the boulder, I don't fucking know how someone just accidentally does something with the boulder. It's difficult not to say anything. Yeah. I can understand that. It's probably why so many people just get spoiled about shit in this game. Because it's like you just want to help, you want to be a part of the process. But no, if you join the process, then you ruin the process. Okay. I think people will prefer getting spoiled for Souls games. I think that's bad. Because there's this game seems to be like, if I were to simplify it to like a single sentence, I would say it's combat with a side of secrets. So like just having, or just there to fight the bosses, not go through convoluted puzzles and obscure hidden stuff. Yeah, but that's like the other half of the game. Well, other fourth. Like the puzzles are part of the experience. I don't know. Maybe I'm just biased because I like particularly enjoy puzzles and solving shit. You can have the payoff of seeing secrets by seeing someone else do them. What? No. That is absolutely not the case. You don't get the internal satisfaction of having solved a mystery. Yeah, I think it's cool to like watch somebody else play it and solve it, but it is absolutely not the same thing as doing it yourself. Like I can see you get the quote-unquote payoff of like learning the information and seeing more of the game. But like there isn't like an internal emotional thing of having gone through like a bunch of different avenues, a bunch of different ways of trying to solve a thing, and then finally getting to the correct approach. For a lot of people, just getting the secret revealed is just as good as solving it themselves. I don't want to make blanket statements, but that to me just sounds like they haven't like actually solved many puzzles themselves. Or maybe they're just the kind of person that doesn't particularly have interest in solving puzzles. You don't have to be a smart detective and figure it out along the other characters to enjoy the real secret. You can still appreciate the hidden secrets. Yeah, but I don't know. For me, just having the information given to me is like, it's a lot less enjoyable. Like, honestly, like, sometimes, in some instances, having the solution be given to me, like, turns it into an actively negative experience. Because it's like, seriously? Like, I was trying to do something there, and then you just stole it from me. Like, that's my biggest issue with people spoiling shit, specifically for puzzles, is because solving the puzzle is the gameplay. And you can only do it once. So if someone gives you the solution, you can no longer solve the puzzle. Like, if someone tells you how to beat a boss, you still have to beat the boss. But like, if you have the solution to the puzzle, that is a portion of the game that has been permanently and irrevocably stolen. I'm not saying you're wrong, but just for Souls games specifically, people are there for the bosses, and the secrets are a neat bonus. Well, then I guess I'm just an outlier to the general community, which is fine. Okay, well, it's definitely not jumping up that. Like, the only thing I can see being a thing would be the boulder. Because you said something something immediately after the boulder fell down, and that's the only permanent change in this area. Although, no fucking clue what the boulder's supposed to do. What the fuck? How could I have possibly already locked myself out? There's nothing in this area. It's a hallway. Yeah, I'm very impressed that someone accidentally found this. Because, like, this is a goddamn hallway with, like, nothing else going on. Like, I can't imagine it has anything to do with the specific geometry, because you can't lock yourself out of the geometry. You can totally run into this on accident. And you're sure it's intended? It's not just some janky thing that occasionally happens? It's hard to say. Fair. Star Souls 1, it's hard to say, rather. Okay. Does this seem like the kind of thing that I could just figure out through testing shit? I could both see an oversight and intentional? Yeah. Or is this something that you just stumble into, maybe? You can figure it out with trial and error, but you haven't even considered one of the key components at all. I mean, I guess the only thing that comes to mind immediately is fucking with my inventory. Minus 20 souls. But yeah, that's very surprising. Haven't considered one of the key components. There's fucking 5 components. The hallway and 2 enemies. Rubbing your naked body against the wall. It'll work. It's a super obscure false wall that only activates if you unequip everything. Oh no, I'm aware that a new player can run into this accidentally, which is all the more surprising, given that I imagine a new player is going to just... I imagine a new player goes down the hall, maybe smacks the starting hollows a few times, reads the text descriptions, grabs their... like, gets to the boss fight, tries to fight them, realizes, oh shit, this guy is impossible, leaves, grabs your items... A new player would accidentally strip and hit a wall. I don't know. But like, whenever I'm thinking about what a new player would do, like I can't imagine a new player doing anything who's stripping. I'm trying to find the trick and or intended sequence break to skip the Estus. And apparently, a new player can accidentally run into it, but I haven't even begun to try anything related to what you're supposed to do. But yeah, apparently it's something that you can accidentally do. No, I don't want any hints. I will figure this out through logic and intuition. Says the guy whose intuition is actively not seeing a door that was 2 feet to the left. Yeah, okay, so I imagine you'd go through, read, blah, blah, blah. Attack. Okay, yeah, sure, let me go ahead and bop, 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 bop. Oh, look, there's a guy over there. Oh? Oh, strong attack. No, I don't know how to lock on just yet. Okay. Cool, cool. Move and hold to dash. Oh, that's neat. No, a new player isn't smacking walls just yet. Target, lock, release. Okay. Okay, stab, stab. Strong attack. Stab. And then he drops the Pilgrim's Key. I'm trying to roleplay as a neurotypical gamer. It's going to be quite the challenge. Rest at bonfire to recover HP. Okay. Rest at bonfire. Leave. Masking percent. Open. And everyone knows gamers don't look up, so you're not gonna see that guy. Ooh, a message. Doop-a-doop-boop-boop-a-doo. Get away. Ah! Oh, there's a door to my left. Get the fuck away from the giant monster. Except I don't know how to dodge roll again. Oh, I'm locked in. Okay, maybe that guy like hit me a couple times. So, oh, let's go ahead and rest here. Get your shield. Oh, what's this? Oh, pillage, Target shield. Open menu, arm icon, change equipment. Left bumper with left shield equipped, guard. Yo, I have an inventory? Yo. All we had to do was turn around and leave through that exit when Asylum Demon came down. Oh, like, when Asylum Demon came down, the door behind was just open. Like, it opens after 30 seconds or something. Guard. A knife? Change weapons? Knife. Okay. You're probably gonna stab this guy. You're not gonna think to do the backstab, though. But now he's dead. Traverse. Traverse town. Okay. Oh, hello. Nobody knew the game picks Thief unless they played Skyrim. I picked Thief because I played Skyrim. Backstep and roll. Oh. Cool. Okay. Maybe they go over here. Because though there's a shiny over there. Oh, I can't get the shiny. Wait, actually, does the game ever fucking tell you how to jump? I don't think the game tells you how to jump. Unless you, like, actively look in the controls. I mean, they're not probably not going to see that. Then you just go up here and you just get absolutely bodied. And then you're locked out. What the fuck do you want from me, Boulder? Yeah. A new player accidentally doing something else definitely requires a different mentality than what I had, because I feel like I followed like a pretty intended route. Like, I guess maybe you go down here first? It's like, oh, I want to rest, but the fucking door's locked. Yeah, this is a fucking 2x2 wide hallway. Confusing intended gameplay and what a neurotypical... What a neurotypical isn't going to read the instructions. They're just going to fucking... Okay. I mean, like, regardless of neurotypical or not, I don't see anything else that could be done that doesn't involve actively looking for shit. Or specifically, like, something that you could just casually do without prior game knowledge. Because a new person isn't going to predict that boulder. So, like, avoiding the boulder probably isn't happening. Yeah, they would have zero game knowledge. That's what I was saying. So it's definitely not jumping up that. And then, like, it's not a false wall. It's probably not a funky jump. New person might not even notice the boulder broke the wall. True. It's not a false wall. It's not a funky jump. Unless the game just arbitrarily removes the collision properties after you get past a certain point. You have to do the boss, but it allows you to skip the Estus. So the only thing I can imagine is you skip the boss in order to trigger it so that the boss's death now gives you the key. But then you somehow need to get back into the boss. Well, I mean, like, you would have to accidentally get back into the boss. Okay, I'm gonna get rid of these because they are no longer needed. Goodbye, original save file. You have served your purpose. Okay, apparently I have no understanding of the neurotypical brain and what they may or may not accidentally do. Because this is, like, incredibly linear, so I don't know what you could branch off to do. I mean, maybe you kill yourself by jumping down here, but that doesn't seem like something a normal person would do. That seems like something that I would do, because I'm looking for secrets. And this is the first instance where you're able to die. Can't believe you deleted 500 hours save like that. Well, why? I can just do the shit again. And that my current save is, like, much further along. The only thing that that original save has over my current save is the straight sword hill. Oh, I don't have sentimentality towards anything. I am not materialistic in the slightest. Like, occasionally, like, it's like, ooh, that looks cool, I'd like to have that. But no, I'm not very emotional. Let's open up an old save and wonder what the fucking was thinking when you did this. Oh, I never think that. And even if I did think that, I would open up the save, see I'm like halfway through the catacombs, and I'm like, why the fuck am I here? Like, I'm not going to remember. And yeah, yeah, the streams serve as a pretty good archive of my mental state at the time. Or at the very least of what I was doing. Yeah, because I absolutely do not see, like, a normal player, one, accidentally falling down a ladder 50 times. Or two, like, falling down the ladder at all. Okay, that didn't do anything. I'm not very emotional. Enter when a boss takes more than 5 attempts. The boss taking multiple attempts isn't what I take issue with. It's the 5-year-long runbacks that I take issue with. Like, I get... Well, not smacking walls. That's just my own muscle memory. I used... No, back when I didn't skip them. Reading the messages and acting them out was a good strategy. Yeah. Hello, I see you through the window. Yeah, because, like, I imagine every new player is going to, at the very least, be reading those messages. Unless it's literally required to read every single message. Otherwise, the game just doesn't. Oh. Oh, I think I understand. Although that does not seem like something that a neurotypical person would do.
In the
Although maybe it's not this. Because you always say that I locked myself out well after the gate, well after you go through the boss room. Because I was thinking maybe it's you run through the gate and then you quickly dodge roll back into the arena. It's not something a neurodivergent person would expectedly do either, in fairness. Just say you were locked out? Oh, okay. I suppose that's fair. I said you have to walk past the demon? I don't remember exactly words. But assuming this is the correct course of action, you're absolutely right. This does seem like it's 50-50 whether or not it's intended or an oversight. Oh, I didn't back up my save properly, I don't think. Oh, maybe I did. Hey. Okay. I have to walk past the demon. As in something that a casual player is not going to be doing. I don't think this is the strategy. But yeah, I don't see how you like, if that is the thing, I don't see how you accidentally do that. I mean, unless I don't actually have to go all the way through. And maybe the trigger starts prematurely because they expect you're already moving through it. One moment. I understand. You're not employing your basic skills. The struggle for a new player, you really... What? But do you literally have to walk, even though the game explicitly... Oh, okay. Because that would be very... I mean, I could see someone immediately forgetting that you're... Like, immediately forgetting you're able to run. Consider the one big component I talked about? I don't even know what you're talking about. Unless you're referring to when you said, oh hey, there is a thing that you're not doing. Okay. I don't know what you're fucking talking about. Because... anything that I do, like going into key settings to check my movements and stuff, that's not something a normal person is going to be doing. Like, I just don't get how you can accidentally do this with no prior knowledge of anything in the game, yet someone who has gone through New Game Plus 7 times can't figure it out just intuitively. Because they're, like, this early in the game, there isn't very many mechanics that you're able to interact with. And like, no, I don't want you to get more verbose. Like, I do want to try and figure it out. I'm just completely befuddled at, like, what I could possibly... Skill issue, too much skill. Yes, indeed. Oh, right, Master Key. Am I a dumbass? No, I would have tried this on my playthrough. Okay. Yeah, I was thinking Master Key does not unlock that door. I don't want music to be super. Auto lock on and auto wall recovery. Sure, I'll put that on default. Although, a new player is probably turning this off instantly. Because that sounds annoying as fuck. How a new player would play the game and they can run into... Yeah, I've been thinking about how a new player could run into this accidentally. The thing is, one, I'm not a normal player, and two, I already have, like, the entire game of muscle memory built up. So, like, it's very easy for me to overlook something if I just never used it myself. Because I'm looking through my inventory. Like, there's the camera. And, like, unless a new player would actually look through the controls, you're only going to have this shit. Okay, yeah, you instantly get run. I don't get how I could be missing something that a new player would have access to. Because a new player has access to nothing except these messages. Which these are just the basic gameplay controls. Target lock release. Okay, auto lock on is doing nothing. Maybe auto lock on only works on bosses. That would seem fair. Rested bonfire, recover HP. Like, there's the Black Separation Crystal, but that kind of only matters in multiplayer. I guess I could see, like, oh, you're running past. Oh, you get bonked. Oh, no. Oh, you can, you can get killed by the gate. Oh. Oh, that would be hilarious if that's what you're supposed to do. That would be the funniest shit ever. Yeah, that is indeed a skull issue. True. At least I think I got killed by the gate, given that the damage it dealt was so little. Although, good luck getting into, like, exact health range. Like, I guess if you try to fight it for a little bit... Oh. At least I think I got hit by the gate. It's possible I didn't. The ladder can get you there? Yeah, but a normal player isn't going to be doing that. Okay, I think it wasn't the gate. I think I was just on, like, the very edge of the boss's damage hitbox. Although, given that it did such little damage... I don't know. Maybe it was because I was in the middle of using the Dark Sign, I don't know. What's something you did as a new player here? There is a lot of somethings. Although, that would be simple enough to figure out. Let me just go fucking playlists, stream VODs, Dark Souls. Day 1. Okay, let's put this shit on 2.5x speed. Actually, hang on. No. Fuck. I used to have a command that I could just throw into inspect element that would let me set it to whatever the fuck I wanted. Pros only is over 50 minutes. Hour and a half. Hour 20 if you ignore the 10-minute intro sequence. But some of that was also just spent looking through the game menus and stuff. And, like, looking through the character creator. Okay, if we skip... Okay, also the intro cinematic. Okay, if we go straight past the starting title screen and the intro cinematic, that starts at around 40 minutes. And then it ends at, like... at about an hour 40, so about an hour. About 1 hour for the tutorial area. And I did also choose the thief. I also chose Black Fire Pops. Oh. Okay. A good chunk of it was because I was intentionally trying to kill Asylum Demon using the straight sword hilt. Hmm. What's something you did in the VOD that you haven't done? I don't fucking know. That's an hour of footage. And no, I do not remember anything from this. And if you're referring to trying to fight the Asylum Demon with the blade only, I have tried doing that today as well. I just didn't follow through and do it all the way till the end. So if that's the mechanic you're saying I'm ignoring, I didn't ignore it. I just didn't go all the way through. And that's also something that I imagine, like I guess I could... I'm not talking about that? Okay. Like, you guys are going to remember the earlier streams a lot better than I am. Because I more so remember just, like, I'm better at remembering specific information rather than, like, actually things that happened. Especially over fucking 60 days, 430 hours. This is something that every new player does? Oh, you mean kill Oscar? I mean, I killed Oscar. But I killed Oscar after he gave me the Estus. Yeah, I don't see how it can be something that every new player does that I am currently actively not doing. A thinly veiled direct guide, so he can laugh and half ignore, and then come back to it 4 hours later without fully registering that it was even told to him. I mean, that is one way you can do it, to feed me the information. Although I would prefer you to not do that. Because, like, I feel like I've already gone through something that every new player will do. and like something something that that you can accidentally do that every new player can do, or will do rather. I mean, like, unless you actually want me to just sit here for 30 minutes and watch my VOD on fast forward. A backstab does 6 damage. I don't think watching the VOD will help you. Nah. Maybe what I need to do is I need to have somebody come over and do a run-through in front of me so I can see what the fuck, why did you do that, what is wrong with you? Water splashing. Because, like, apparently a normal player isn't going to be looking for secrets. So they're just going to walk in a straight line. But anytime I try walking in a straight line, I immediately get hit with the "you are now locked out, go fuck yourself." That's the abridged version anyway. Yeah, I know. Like, there's fucking 2 square feet of where this shit can happen. And there's absolutely nothing. There's nothing. Okay, I was curious if walking would make him not get aggroed. Yeah, no, I think the collision just comes down instantly. I feel like I should have gotten back in if I was able to. Okay, bro is staring at me like he does when I'm up there. Are you gonna break down this door? Come on. Break the door. Let me back into the arena. I have 5 black firebombs with your name on it. You just stare at him for too long, and then he just breaks the door. Like, he can't come after you. Like I imagine he can't come after you, but it would be hilarious if he just smacks you, breaks the door, and you take some damage. That's a pretty good design in the leather. You got some bird. You got some plant. Yeah, stray demon. Shut the fuck up. Okay, I'm gonna go use the restroom. I'm gonna just sit here, staring at the big boy. I will be back. Where the fuck is this break button? Yeah, I need to set up hotkeys for this shit. I have acquired a bowl of grapes. This is very interesting because based on when I have and have not been locked out, you've now narrowed it down to exclusively this room and that hallway. Basically, from the boss to the mist gate, or maybe like slightly past the mist gate. But like, this is such an insanely small area. Hello, bro. Can I bring you with me? Come on. Come on. Come on. Nope. Go. No. Go. Are you not allowed to leave? Huh. Because this is something a new player is gonna do. It'd be funny if in all this experimentation you find like a new glitch or something that no one's seen before. That would be cool. Are you kidding me? Where the fuck did my grape go? Okay. So my grape fell on the floor and then immediately got crushed by the wheel on my rolly chair. Nope. Oh, good. I'm not gonna accidentally kill them with this weapon. Haha! That was the funny haha, right? Hello, Oscar.
Oh, you. Oh, you. Oh, thank. I'll. I wish you. Yes. Please. I have... No. But... Why?
No. Don't give me the Estus first. Actually, no, you would not have dodge roll at this point. I mean, unless you're just pressing buttons. That could be reasonable. Like, whenever I play a new game, I just press all the buttons to see what they do. I'm gonna cast Speak with the Dead on the bonfire, and then it will tell me its secrets. Unless it's some, like, obscure thing, like, it's probably this guy or the boulder. Because those are the only two things that, actually, no, it can't be this guy. Because you can always just re-rest at the bonfire to respawn them. So, like, the boulder seems like the most likely candidate, because that's, like, the only permanent change. I think the knowledge of the game is griefing you. Possibly. But, like, if I exit the boss arena and the gate closes and autosaves, but I have not gotten locked out, the only thing that is a permanent change that could have happened by the time I get locked out is the boulder. I guess picking up the items is a permanent change. Maybe Oscar is like, hey, dumb fuck, why don't you have any shit? Although, I don't see why a a new player would just not grab the items. Okay, Master Key does not open that.
Oh, you. Thank goodness. I'm done for. I'll die soon, then lose my sanity. I wish...
Oi, rude. Congratulations, Hollow. You have just prevented the linking of the fire. Yeah, I saw him coming over here, and I was like, oh, I've got to try this. Because I knew Oscar has 1 HP, or something around that. Fuck you, Andrew Estes Flask. What? The fuck you mean I've been locked out? I made a save immediately after you said I wasn't locked out. Oh. You're already... I am so very confused. Excuse me. I saved... I believe I saved, like, immediately after coming through here with the gate closing, and before resting at the bonfire. Or before lighting the bonfire, even. No, you're good. I think you're starting to... The only pieces I see is that around the Mystigate, I get locked out somehow, even though I'm able to just turn around and walk back through here. My dark sign links back to here, even though I never rested here. Quote unquote, something that every player does. And I'm pretty sure even if I use the dark sign immediately after the gate closes, I think it warps me over here. If it is the dark sign, maybe the video that you're watching is on an older patch of the game. Why do you respawn at the bonfire without lighting? Well, I mean, this is the game just updates your respawn position. This is just where you respawn now. Presumably, when that gate closes, it just sets your respawn here. Similar to at Seth. Pretty basic game mechanic. That would be a funny way to light it at range. Accidentally done it. I haven't done jack shit. Or if I have, the game hasn't told me. Meh. If the Tauros demon jumps down... And that's how you skip... Wait, what? You mean the Asylum demon? Jumps down and you could kill it from above? Okay, I'm not sure what you're referring to by kill it from above. Like how you just... Oh, like it jumps into the courtyard for some reason? It jumps down, tries to get you on the balcony, but you can just firebomb it. That would be interesting. Oh, bro is just standing outside, out there. Oi, rude. Yeah, man. Hmm. Yeah, I have no idea what this could possibly be that it can happen on accident. Tell you what a new player always does. Is it something that every player always does? Or is it something that, like, it's just a new player typically does? Like, is this something that, like, every playthrough has to do this implicitly? It's not forced, but a new player will almost do this guaranteed. I do not know a single player who hasn't. Hmm. No, the only thing I can think of that it would be is grabbing the items. But... okay, what the fuck is this hitbox? Really? Fuck off out of here. But I mean, that doesn't cause the door to open. get your shield. Yeah, okay. What's step 2? I have my shield. Message. Arms icon, change equipment. Left bumper with shield equipped. Guard. Okay. Oi. Piss off. Oh, right in the eye. I just don't get it. Oops. Fucking. Are you waiting to see if you're locked out? No, no, no. I was waiting. I was glancing up there to see if the door opened after I lit the bonfire. No, no, no. I was waiting to see, like, maybe it's a backtracking thing where you have to go up, grab your shit, and then come back for the secret alternative route. But then again, you said it's something that may or may not be an oversight. It'd be a subtle way of extracting info. Yeah, I'm trying not to abuse that, but I am aware that that is something that I could do. Okay. One moment. something that I've done multiple times, something that's near guaranteed for a new player to do, and something that could potentially be an oversight. That is a very, very small Venn diagram. No, no, for fuck's sake. He's like, there's absolutely nothing in here. But then anytime I get over to this point, past the boulder, it's like, oh, yeah, you fucked yourself, Lamau.
Oh, regrettably, but there is an old thou who art up and thine when thou...
Yeah.
Regrettably, but there is thou when thou ringeth the bell of awakening. The fate.
Am I have but you can't. For fuck's sake. Does this bullshit have any tell whatsoever? There isn't? That's fucking stupid. Because it can't be fucking past the up at the top area, because I can't get the key to go up there without getting it from Oscar, but Oscar always gives you the Estus first. And something that every player does. Ignoring the items on the ground is not something that every player does. So it can't be that. Pretty much everyone is going to rest here. So that's a thing. Like, there's fucking nothing. There's actually nothing. I'm going insane here. Because, like, if it's something that every player does, then that means it's not a secret. Which means me looking for secrets is completely pointless. Except I have to look for secrets because the only way I'm going to figure out, like, what I'm supposed to do passively is by ruling out everything that I'm not going to be doing unnaturally. Fuck! Something. How the fuck done anything. The only thing that I've done that is permanent progress that cannot be reverted is traversal through the tunnel, lighting the bonfire, grabbing the items. Fuck. There's only fucking 4 things that are permanent game states at this point. Bonfire, I guess technically 5. Light the bonfire, rest at the bonfire, hit just some random invisible trigger, grab the shield, grab the blade. And all of those things are things that, quote-unquote, everyone will do. And it's not dying to that guy. Or rather, I could see sparing him being a thing, because, like, just running past him seems reasonable, but, like, I always killed him on my first run, I'm pretty sure. And it's definitely not dying to that guy, because not everybody dies to that guy. How the fuck does it not refer to that? Those are the only things here. I mean, like, yeah, I guess reading the messages, blah, 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 but that doesn't do anything. And also, I didn't read any of the messages back there on this save file. Like, this genuinely, unironically sounds like an actual goddamn riddle. Like, how could it possibly be something that everybody does, yet I'm constantly getting locked out? Like, unless it's like, oh, you gotta do all of the things, and then you interact with the mist gate. Oh, you didn't do the things? Fuck you! Invisible trigger in the back end of the code. Haha, lamau. The thing got turned off. Okay. If I'm on... Oh, no, no, you're fine. You're fine. Bro, get the fuck out of my face. Oh, okay, I get it. It's play with multiplayer enabled. Which, I... half joking. Even if you do it, get out there, you still wouldn't know what the hint, something that every player does means. It's playing the game. Something that every player does is play the game. Except playing the game is required to play the game, so that wouldn't work. Uh, something that every player does, but isn't technically required. I suppose. I guess it would be lighting this bonfire, maybe. Resting at the bonfire, attacking enemies. Taking damage. Get the fuck out of my way.
Regrettably, but when that... Oh, and...
Fuck you.
Oh. I would hate to... And...
You know, this would be just so much better if the developers gave you the key first,
Why?
just so people could choose. Actually, no. What they should have done is they should have just had the Asylum Demon always drop the Pilgrim's Key, full stop. Like, that would have been so much simpler, and if someone actually goes through the effort of killing the Asylum Demon with just the blade, well, first off, get rid of the Black Firebomb gift. Just, no, that doesn't need to be there. If someone goes through the effort of killing them with the blade, then they deserve to have what's coming for them. You should have explored the rest of the area. Like, you should have made it much easier to skip the Estus for the people that want to skip the Estus. How the fuck am I not locked out yet? Well, I am locked out because I fucking killed the guy. And I have the Estus now. Doesn't the Estus go away if you reset? By reset, do you mean reload the save? Or, like, because it always saves. Why the fuck would the Estus go away? No. If the Estus went away on reload... Yeah, no. No, that would be incredibly stupid and dumb. Oh, no, you're good. You're good. Just for clarification, this instance of being locked out, is that just because I have the Estus and I'm just fucked from a different angle rather than the normal first angle? Okay, that makes sense. Okay, let's try something else just for a change of scenery. Okay, which of you has the highest strength? 13, 14. Okay. I guess Tiny Being's Ring. Actually, ooh, a Goddess's Blessing. Or I guess both of these are effectively a full heal at this low. I'm just gonna try to fight the guy with my blade. Just to, like, let my brain focus on something else. Clear away the muscle memory passageways. It would be funny if, as an oversight, these 3 hollows could still drop the rusted straight sword. Okay, I think the door closes again if I save load. Yeah, it does. I think you would definitely consider this an oversight. Interesting, interesting. Okay, roll attack is not the way to go. If you can consistently do them, jump attacks is probably best, because they do 4 damage. But, I don't know, you can do a double stab like that and get 6 damage in. much health did you say? 825? $825? Okay. 825. Okay, so 3, 6. Okay, so that's 200 plus 225. So 75. So 300 would be 900 health. So 75 divided by 3. Okay, I was trying to calculate that. I didn't want the answer, I wanted to get the answer. Oh no. My blade is 2 inches long, I can't reach. Counting hit stream. Just wait until I do fucking Hollow Knight, Pantheon of Hall of Gods or whatever, itemless. That is basically just counting hits, because you need to know exactly when the next stagger is gonna happen. Straight sword hill. I would be interested in doing low percent, or at the very least just like low percent practice. The only issue is I don't think I would physically have enough time in a single stream for some of the later bosses. Although I think the biggest thing with low percent, the biggest issue with low percent would be the lack of bonfires. Because that means every single time you die, you're getting sent all the way back to Firelink. I suppose, like, you would have some bonfires available, specifically the ones that are already lit. But no, I guess you could make the argument that resting at a warp bonfire would be banned, because that is acquiring a thing. So you couldn't use the pre-lit bonfires from any of the Firekeepers or the Dragon Shrine, because those are all warps. $2880 health? Yes. Yeah, low percent is pain. Get the fuck out of my ass! Think that's doable within a single stream? I'm more concerned about the 4-hour workday streams, because I've heard that some of the low gear runs take multiple hours for a single boss. Like Ornstein and Smo in specific would be absolute pain, because a good chunk of that is dodging and shit. Oh yeah, no, there would be a lot of practice. There would be a lot of practice. I would be installing an infinite health mod specifically just so I'm allowed to stay in the boss fight so I can practice the boss fight. Fortunately, you don't actually have to kill both of their normal health. With my current understanding of the fight, I would probably do Phase 1 Smo, Phase 2 Ornstein. Although, you also have to remember that at some point, the Straight Sword hilt is going to break, and you're probably not allowed to repair it. Like, I don't know if repairing a weapon would be, like, against low percent stuff. Because you're not really getting anything, you're just, I guess, fixing something that you already had. But then again, by some people's definition of low percent, you would have to get rid of the Straight Sword hilt, like, immediately. As soon as you spawn in, just drop it. Yo, halfway. Wait, no, not halfway. But for me, personally, with low percent, it's avoid collecting things, but if you're forced to get something, there is no restriction on how you use it. Don't your fists steal as much? I think so? Oh, please just clip me through the wall. That would be hilarious. Yeah, I think your fists deal the same amount of damage, but you're not able to two-hand your fists. Yeah, the strong attack from your fist is only 2 damage. Yeah, I guess you could, like... Yeah, but your offhand attack does 1 damage. So, like, just two-handing the Straight Sword hilt is, like... I think it's just better. Because if you do a right jab and then a left jab, you're gonna get 3 damage. Whereas, if you just do a single strong two-hand, you're gonna get 3 damage. Although I don't know the damage of this after it breaks. Oh, damn. Shit, you're right, that is slower. Yeah, but see, the thing about the Straight Sword hilt is it gives you 2 more inches of range. And you're gonna want that when you're fighting things. Counter argument, shoving your fist up the demon. True. You know, and I think I recall someone saying at one point, like, this was years ago, low percent, I fist everything to death. I think I recall this, like, just fucking years and years ago. I remember seeing something or someone talking about Dark Souls low damage, where apparently at some point the enemy defense is so high that you actually don't do any damage, so you have to upgrade something at some point. I remember hearing that years ago. So who's ready for 2 more years of Dark Souls? I'm just kidding. I'm just messing with the first fight. $100 more years of Dark Souls. I don't think it's gonna take me that long. Yeah, for low percent, you would be required to do the Estus skip. Because, like, Estus is just huge. Hey Yami, how do you feel about, like, being forced to drop all your shit rather than just use it because you started with it? Because for me, I think it's a little arbitrary to have to drop it just because you can. But, I mean, doesn't one of the classes start with nothing? The Deprived does start with nothing, except for, like, a shitty shield and a bonk stick, but it also isn't level 1. Like, the Deprived, yeah, it just starts with a bonk stick and a plank shield, but it has 11 in every stat. I think by definition you have to play Deprived. I guess it depends on... Well, oh yeah, because it doesn't start with armor. Yeah, I guess... True. I guess it depends on, like... Because one could argue that the Pyromancer is the mandatory starting because it starts at the lowest level with the lowest average stats. But if you're just going by, like, what you collect and, like, map world progression, the Deprived does have less items. But if you're not counting levels, then you could just farm soul and just level up as high as possible. I imagine what most people would do is they would start as the Pyromancer for the level 1 and then just drop their armor. But then that's the issue of, like, I find it a little weird to mandate getting rid of stuff that you're forced to have. I think levels count as less percent than equipment. I would disagree on that. Because you get enough health, you get enough resistance. Turns out, defense does matter. Hundreds of levels, but equipment is unique and hard to find. I can see that. Okay. Not sure when it's going to be, but I will have to step away for a moment sometime soon-ish. because I need to return a multimeter to a person. They will be here to pick it up. Obviously no leveling up, but starting at a higher level should be irrelevant. Yeah. But yeah, like, if you do make the argument that you have to drop things, if you are able to drop them, then starting at level 1 and then just immediately dropping your armor would be the equivalent of the deprived, but with less levels. Although Pyromancer isn't the definitive weakest thing, because like, oh, it has 12 resistance, but then this guy has 8 resistance. There's no one definitive weakest class. I kind of wish that there was an option to choose, like, maybe after you beat New Game Plus or something, you unlock custom class to where you can choose, like, where the points are allocated. So then you could just put 1 in every single point. Because I think it does come down to Pyromancer versus Deprived. Depending on whether or not you require the player to drop everything. And like how you consider levels. Because as far as I'm aware, the majority of the Dark Souls community, like, basically just mandates Pyromancer on every challenge run because it is level 1. But I guess in terms of items, technically you do have, you do start with Fireball, which you can't drop. But also you can't use it. But then you get into the weeds of Spirit of the Run versus literally, like, actually the lowest percent. Because, like, Spirit of the Run would be just, oh yeah, sure, just go ahead, grab the Estus, just don't ever use it. But then that's not actually low percent because you didn't skip the thing. Like, low percent is all about finding the cursed skips and, like, cursed fights to get around doing the things. Rather than just, oh, I'm gonna do it, I'm just gonna pretend I didn't do it. I kind of wish that the inventory wasn't covered up by this, because I'd like to see what their inventory looks like, although it seems like for the most part it's just armor, main weapon, shield. The Thief starts with Master Key. Spirit of the Run is also covered by level 1 runs? How do you mean? In what regard? Where the only restriction is staying level 1, you're still extremely weak, but you're free to pick anything up, and you can use anything, assuming you meet the set requirements. No, but we're not talking about level 1 run. Like, if you're exclusively talking about a level 1 run in isolation, in a vacuum, then that's a completely separate challenge run to low percent. A level 1 run is very clear-cut. It has a singular rule that is very easy to tell if you failed the challenge. Like, true low percent is very arbitrary. That's why I'm saying low percent should stay as pure as it can. Yeah, but low percent is very arbitrary because it depends on what you classify as percent. Or it'll blend over with level 1 runs. Well, personally, I feel that the player's statistics should count. Because, like, in my mind, like, I guess, by definition, low percent means doing the absolute bare minimum of the game. Even if it means going 500 hours out of your way. Usually it's pretty clear cut, just like minimum items, like minimum bosses killed, although usually low percent, you're going to want to fight all the bosses because that's part of the challenge. Like, I imagine in terms of base stats. Okay, so for the Pyromancer, attunement irrelevant. Damn, strength 12. Shit. Okay, so the intelligence and faith and attunement are irrelevant because that's for like magic and catalyst stuff. So, vitality, better. Endurance, the same. Strength, slightly lower. Dexterity, better. Resistance, slightly lower. Fuck, so it's not even a direct upgrade. Yeah, I think at this point it really just depends on what you are trying to minimize. Because if you just require the player, if you do require the player to actively get rid of anything they happen to obtain, then it's probably gonna be like no, not sorcerer, because that starts with a magic. That starts with a magic. Because you would want it to be a lower level than the deprived. And by lower level, I mean like average stats. You can't choose the thief because they start with master key. So thief, sorcerer, pyromancer, cleric. And actually the warrior, or rather, I think it's the knight. The knight would also be banned because that starts with the way of the white covenant. So warrior, wanderer, bandit, hunter, and deprived. Those are the only classes that don't start with something you cannot get rid of. With the exception of their statistic numbers, which do not change. Okay, one moment. I think they are here. Maybe. I'll be back. Okay, I am back. There you go. Laundry. Oh, I missed the laundry list message. DLC showed only low percent Estes. Sounds about right. Although, there is still a few achievements I need to get. Although, I think Knight's Honor is going to be gotten just through the DLC. It showed only thumbnail so goofy. Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean shield only thumbnail? I don't believe that I've done a shield only thumbnail. Oh, the save file. Oh yeah, yeah. The Smo armor is very funny. Will interlock himself out of notice. Well, I mean, like, I think I somewhat vaguely understand where the starting point is. Instantly gets locked. Fuck. Okay, so... Okay, let me use this instantly. Okay, so yeah, it does update my save here. It would be really funny if you were actually just fucking with me this entire time. Like, you chose some arbitrary thing that I have to do, but it doesn't actually do anything. The 5-hour long con, and there's nobody else in chat to correct you, to let me know that it's a scam. Damn. That blade has seen better days. I still firmly believe that the straight sword hilt should be classified as a dagger type weapon. Oh, I have no eyes. I'm not like, oh no. I know, I've heard Kamikaze also mention that there's a way to skip it. Hmm. I still don't get how I can quote-unquote get locked out, unless it is actually just some bullshit arbitrary, just like background Boolean that gets flagged. And it's like, oh, you did the thing you weren't supposed to. We're not gonna tell you what it is, though. The riddle, I don't think that riddle was very helpful. To be honest. Because I'm in this. I don't think that this tunnel. It will be if you saw. No, just because something makes sense post solution, that doesn't mean it was helpful for finding the solution. I know there aren't a lot of options, but like things that every player will do that is technically not required. Is fucking light the bonfire, walk through, read the message, grab your shit. Oh, left bumper with shield equipped. Boing, boing, boing. Hey, get back here. A lot more general. Press forward on the analog stick to move the player. Like, I guess maybe you get hit by this guy, but then you just fucking stab him. Like, this isn't helpful. This is way too vague. Wait, how the fuck do you walk backwards? I mean, you can walk backwards while locked on, but like the character always turns. Like, I guess you can back hop as in not holding this. That's not walking backwards. That's still walking forwards. You're just, the camera is pointed away from where you're facing. Oscar. Oscar, over here. Tell me your secrets. How do I keep you from giving me the orange juice? Narg. Some SSCP lore videos. If you try finding the no Estes run a Dark Souls 5 hours, this happens. Yeah. But like, the biggest thing that's catching me is I don't see how it could accidentally happen, and I have not stumbled into it when explicitly looking for it. Like, I just don't see how something can be possible by accident that you're not going to find by just when you're explicitly looking for it. Because it's not going to be bonking walls for an invisible wall. Because the players aren't going to be looking for invisible walls at this point. You're probably not going to know how to roll unless you are, like, explicitly testing all the buttons. Okay, well that didn't do anything. And also, it's most likely an oversight. Like, I guess maybe jumping up here, but like, there's no way I have been locked out of jumping up here unless the game just has an invisible check that explicitly disables jumping up here. In which case, that would be incredibly bad game design, and I would greatly dislike that. How long will you try to find it? I don't know. I'm not gonna give a definitive answer on that because I don't have a definitive answer on that. I haven't been here for such a long time when you're stuck on something. Well, I mean, the other things that I could mess with right now is just go back to the main file and just keep running in circles, messing with specific quest lines. I could start a new file because New Game Plus looping is getting to the point to where the enemy statistics scaling is like it's going to be around to the same difficulty as just start a new file. So I could just start a new file, just use soul duplication to get stupid high level. So I can mess with that. And the worst part is, apparently it's a thing that doesn't tell you when you did the thing. Breaking news. Local mushroom overlevels for DLC via soul duping. Forces himself to restart again and can't find it that time. True. That is probably what's going to happen. How? How the fuck am I locked out? I haven't done anything. Ulasil, save me from this eternal torment. These guys, I guess, have, like, just fucking 0 defense or whatever. Because the straight sword hilt should not be doing this much damage. Running past the Asylum Demons, correct? Okay, I was just wondering if maybe, like, I had to do stuff before. Like, maybe it's genocide route, you have to kill everything. Doing anything other than running past is apparently incorrect. Yes, yes indeed. I think it would be cool if you could, like, use the walking mechanic to, like, sneak past, but I don't think that's a thing. I tried it earlier. Nope. Hidden putty smell. That would be cool. I don't think it would do anything though because the door is still locked. There are only a handful of things you can do incorrectly, but Ender somehow keeps running into them. It's because I don't fucking know. I don't fucking know. To throw firebombs at the Asylum Demon. Oh, it's on the roof. The Asylum Demon doesn't have collision while on the roof, so that wouldn't do anything, but it would be funny. And when I say it doesn't have collision, I mean I've shot it with arrows, and the arrows just go through it. No, you just you sneak past the Asylum Demon, get to the Raven picks you up, and then just from downtown, the Asylum Demon throws a huge ass rock, completely brains the bird. And you fall all the way down to an entirely separate map, and it's Dark Souls 1.5 with an entirely different story. Boulder Heath. Big fucking rock. Magical floating arrow. Shk. I don't think I've actually seen much of torch lever. I actually thought of that, but then I didn't bother to check every single torch. Previously only used by barbarians in Blighttown, yes. I haven't actually seen much of Black Clover. I think I watched up to the point to where the protagonist got into, like, one of the little clubhouses, like one of the guilds, but I haven't seen, like, anything past that. Also, yummy. I'm going to be very upset if it is a torch lever and you just gave it away. The leader of the club is called Yami? Ew, okay. Brings that in stories and still at the show occasionally. Nice. Doobie doobie doobie. Doobie doobie doobie. Doobie doobie doobie. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? Who the fuck is Pepe Silva? See, it's at this point that I wish I was affiliate by now, so people could just be spamming Grubspiracy. Although I guess for spam to be effective, you need more than 2 people in chat. A secret tunnel? No. Fuck. I grabbed the item. And no. I should get a custom input display made. Because the input display that I currently use is just an image file and then a JSON file for positioning. He makes a way to clip through the walls out of frustration. Honestly, it would not custom input controller input display. It's the one that I currently have is kind of hard to see. It's up above the gameplay next to Twitch chat. What's wrong with the current one? It's kind of hard to see because it's transparent. Like, it's white transparent over, like, yellow. Like, it works for, like, if you just need to review the footage to look at the inputs. But, like, if someone wants to actually be looking at it in real time, it's kind of hard to tell sometimes. Put a background behind it. That could work. Wait, why the fuck does the shield have an impact? I thought that was only for parrying. I didn't think it actually hit anything.
Do 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 do. Okay, let's go. Color source. Controller. Background. Okay, put this below the input display. Hey. Does that reduce shield durability? Interesting. I'll check that. Although input display. Oh, but now it's fucking the spoiler text. There we go. Yeah, that's not jank in the slightest. $150. It doesn't look like it. Yeah, it does not look like it's taking durability. Yeah, see, if I could get something like that, but like exclusively the controller itself is black and not transparent, that would be perfect. Although I suppose the controller input visual itself is pretty simple. I could probably just paint bucket it. I don't get it. I don't get it in the slightest. There's there's nothing that you can do. I would never do a hitless run. I would do a damageless run. And I would never do a damageless run before finding the DLC. Because I would want to do the DLC in the damageless run. I also wouldn't be looking for the DLC. If I did do a damageless run, I would have the entire thing routed from the beginning to the end with every decision predetermined. Because like you would have to get slow fall in order to counter fall damage. You would have to explicitly stock up on like
the moss so that you can get through the poison area. Yeah, I know I'm getting shot. Oh. It comes with a semi-transparent background. Yeah, I know it's semi-transparent. What about it? Can I change the color value? Oh, that's what these icons are for. I saw these icons in the file. I guess not all of them got used. Include the PNG without the input overlay as just a flat image. And put it below the controller? Huh? That doesn't... The white background controller might be better to see over the cheese. Yeah, I don't get why the black background controller is see-through. Like, I guess maybe that most people are going to... Okay, fuck, I just broke something, maybe. Most people are probably going to... like, have the controller displayed over the game, which is probably why it's semi-transparent. Okay, if I open this in Krita, maybe I can actually just fill bucket this. And because if I change it to white, that's what it looks like. Wait, double click on the input display, change the overlay image to controller white, and then apply alpha in linear? Oh. Oh shit. Okay, black doesn't do anything. Okay, white? I mean, that's... ugh. I mean, that's still kind of better, but it being transparent at all is issue. Here's an idea. Here's an idea. Duplicate the layer a couple times. No. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm going to in Krita. I did magic wand to select all of the transparency. Control Shift I, so now it's highlighting all of the buttons and stuff. And then I'm just going to put a solid black underneath everything. Okay, so now move this under. Ooh, looking crisp, looking a little bit wonky if you super zoom in. Okay, so DualSense black.png save. Yes, replace it, please. And close. Recurring miss. Input display. DualSense black. Oh yeah, no, that's much better. At least from my small screen display. Although, the edges might be a little bit finicky. It's definitely better. It's just, it could be improved further. But that is fine for now. It would be cool if it supported vector graphics. So then you just manually set the... Finicky is better than I can't fucking tell what it's meant to convey. True. Yeah, I know I'm locked out. Because, surprise, surprise, I'm always locked out. If your name is Ender, then you are automatically locked out. It's actually checking your Steam username. Why the fuck is my mouse DPI like 5 million? Calibration, no. Fucking profile. Devices, mouse. Performance? Yeah, no, why the fuck? No. There, that's better. No sensitivity stages, just 1500 by 1500. That R3 girl stands in front of the door. True. No ender beyond this point. I'll just make an entirely new Steam account. It'll be fine. Okay. Okay, well, it's definitely not don't touch the water, because that's not doable. Convinces himself of conspiracy theory, buys game a second time. Well, I mean, I might have to buy the game a second time to find the DLC. But I don't want to, because apparently the game is expensive as fuck. Come on, let me fucking backhand the arrow. Up. I just tried to drink some Estus. How's the game audio now? Because you changed it, because I first page. Whenever... Typically, whenever I reload the game, as in like fully close it and relaunch it, it desyncs from me. But usually the stream is fine. And by usually, I mean the stream should always be fine. Okay, game, I have my shield. Give me the secret tunnel. Oh, there's fucking there's 2 square feet to explore. What the fuck am I supposed to do? There is nothing here. This is an empty room with 2 blocks and a paperclip. This unironically feels like it's a fucking, like a high tier puzzle. Except apparently it's not intended, so I don't fucking know. What could possibly be unintended that everyone does? Or maybe it's like, oh, the thing that everyone does you're not supposed to do. How the fuck am I looking in the wrong area? There's only one area. I mean, I guess 2 if you count the bonfire room. But there's nothing in the bonfire room. How dare you flip that switch? Switch it back immediately. I want to have pain and suffering in my video games. Arbitrary, enforced pain and suffering. It's like everything that I'm thinking of is something that you have to like fucking go out of your way to do. That is not going to happen by accident. Look, every time I go in the next area, you immediately say, oh, hey, your save file's fucked, Lamau. That's paraphrased, of course. Yeah, Steam just updating my game while I'm playing it. You're fucked with it. If this is an intended thing, it is absolute bullshit. Like, what the fuck? Like, what the actual fuck? And it's not gonna be fucking smacking walls. Or like chasing geese? No, because at least with the geese you can see them. This is like playing hide and seek with angry hornets. Angry hornets that are invisible and deal psychic damage. I'm constantly swatting at them, but I don't hit anything. And then they sting me back. Phantom Geese? Yo, Phantom Geese... That sounds like a badass title for a game. Or like Phantom Goose, maybe? No, I'm calling the Secrets Hornet. A swarm of invisible psionic hornets. Called Is that a goose joke? Because I think a group of geese is called a gander, so transgander? Gender gander? I can't tell if that's a goose joke. It should have been, I'm joking that they're invisible dysphoria hornets. I don't think I get it. These are just normal evil hornets. Because I'm not seeing anything. And I don't know what else different I could do. It's walk down a fucking tunnel. No, this wasn't the entire stream. I spent... a little bit of time getting crushed by the Anor Londo... No, the Undead Parish Gate. What's been looking out? Is it like a specific thing that I'm doing? The only thing I can imagine is like actively resting at the bonfire. Because that's the only thing that I could see changing. I guess maybe grabbing items. But yes, go ahead and tell me that one thing. Because this is bullshit and there's absolutely no intended thing. Oh, you're not allowed to touch the bonfire? If this is an intended thing, it is a very poorly made puzzle. Yami said that they weren't sure if it was intended, given the game design. Like, it was a coin flip if it was or was not intended. Okay, well, if it's bonfire shenanigans, you know it's the dark sign. Probably. Although, if it is just unfortunate dark sign use at a specific location, I don't think I would say that's accidentally stumbling into it. I think that's more so stumbling into it by happenstance, because they intended to use the dark sign. thought I got a perfect block. Get the fuck out of my way. Dooga dooga dooga. Dooga dooga dooga. Dooga dooga dooga. Dooga 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 doo. Okay, Oscar. Time to test a thing. Time to test a thing. Okay. And before Yami comes in, like, killing Oscar fucked your file. Okay, no. I still have Estus. It also auto-equips the Estus, which is interesting. Wait. Ooh. I don't think it's possible to get 5 consumables by this point. Because I'm curious to see if it tries to auto-equip it, what happens if it can't? Because you can start with 3. I don't think you can get 5 by this point. Like, not in the idea of, like, trying to not get the Estus. I'm meaning... just, like, because I'm curious about other things. Meh. You know, in before that this is actually some, like, bullshit frame perfect shenanigans. Open. I command you. Hey Yami, was resting at that other bonfire the only thing that can fuck me over? So, like, now I can just do shenanigans and just, like, keep doing shenanigans over and over? No? Oh, fun. Yeah. I figured resting at that fire might have fucked me. It's either the fire or the boulder. Oh. Doobie-doobie-doobie. Or maybe it was killing him. Because I want the key. I want the key. But it will not give me the key. I want the key. I don't want the orange juice. I don't want the little sippy cup. I just want to open the door so that I can kill the giant boar. He's not a boar. He's more like a just a thing, like a I don't know what creature that guy would be. In before the dark soul doesn't do anything, and I'm actually just getting inside my own head again. As the sippy cup first to commemorate this stream. uh. Yeah, I hadn't even considered P.O. Box. That's like really ambitious. It's free content. Yeah, but then that's also like kind of egotistical. Like, yes, send me things. Give me free shit. There's a fuck off gate too in memory of the beginning of the end of his sanity. Yeah. Although, doesn't a PO box kind of like, isn't that like kind of just like a self-dox? It's like, yes, I live vaguely near this location. Get one out of town. Yeah, but still, that's like still the same general area. But then I'd have to drive. People set up the PO box with the post company, so it gets sent there, and they send it. Oh, okay. Oh, so like instead of getting a specific address, you just get the PO box, and then everyone sends it to that, and then it acts as like a hyperlink to the actual location. Neat. Boogie, boogie, boogie. And before the first thing that people send me is a pipe bomb. Please don't do that. That would be incredibly rude. Well, I suppose one thing that I can do is just fucking break my item. Because I can't fix it. I can't repair it. Yes, I know that a new player can accidentally run into this. No, I wasn't meaning breaking an item being the solution. I was meaning that's just a thing that I could do if I wanted to. If it's something that a new player is going to accidentally do, it's not going to be some, like, precise input sequence. If it's stimulus for a while, let's break the sword. Yes. Just smack, 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 smack. Just smack a wall 1,000 times. It's not going to be some precise shenanigans, because you're not going to accidentally into precision. If it's associated with bonfires, my guess is some, like, trigger that's sticking out of a wall that's not supposed to stick out of that wall, and you hit it and it updates your spawn point to somewhere. But supposedly you still fight the boss, so I don't fucking know how you get back into the boss fight. Unless it's like I was thinking maybe it's something to where, like, you pick up the Estus but then somehow delete it, which would not qualify for no Estus because you did get the Estus. I wouldn't call a trigger sticking out of wall intended, potentially. I suppose that's fair. Personally, I would say it could potentially be intended. It's just not very likely. Especially in, like, this kind of game. Like, if you were making, like, a meta puzzle game, like, where you're, like, already abusing shit, like hitboxes and collisions and base level code, I could see just an obscure hitbox being intended. But not in something like this. But yeah, if it's like something to where, like, you get the Estus and then you just unget the Estus, that would still disqualify for no Estus. I'm going to tell you how many steps the process has. I suppose so. Let's go ahead and initialize it as leaving the boss fight and the gate falling down is step 1. There are 4 steps. First 2 are run past the Asylum Demon and run past the bonfire that you're not allowed to touch. Interesting. Okay, step 3 is run into the door and jump through a wall without collision. Given that you haven't said anything, I presume killing Oscar did not fuck me. I wasn't paying attention to when you... I mean, I kind of just stabbed him. So his shit is just sitting on the ground. And it should be fine? Okay. Probably. No, turns out that the place his items drop is slightly different than the places where his items respawn. And if his items respawn, that completely breaks the glitch. Also, this guy drops 24 soul. The guy with the sword drops 20 soul. Okay, step 3 is to push the rock all the way back up the hill. You aren't allowed to talk to Oscar? Interesting. Okay, if it's associated with, like, interacting with Oscar in any capacity, I'll just go ahead and err on the side of caution. Because if you do kill Oscar, then his text dialogue appears. Yeah, that's fair. In the Age of Ancients, they smacked walls for 500 hours until they finally managed to get into the super hard video game without the ability to heal. You know what would be funny? If you get out, and then you come back, and then you have hollowed Oscar standing next to normal Oscar. That would be super funny. talked about 3 billion times. That's why it felt like it always took until the boulder. Ah, fair. Yeah, I never would have guessed that. I mean, dialogue was a thing. I mean, like, then again, I was talking about these. It's like just basically interacting with anything could set a behind-the-scenes trigger. Oi, how about you stop that? Yeah, no, if it's talking to an NPC, I could definitely see that just being some interaction, some obscure interaction glitch. You are going to get stabbed. There is nothing you can do to... Wait, no, that's a slash. That's not a stab. Hang on. Pause. You weren't thinking about a new player when reading the messages? A new player reads them, but they immediately forget them afterward? Especially... Wait, what? You weren't thinking about a new player when reading the messages. A new player reads them, but they immediately forget them. What? The fuck? What? No. What? How the... A new player forgets to sit at a bonfire. You walk past it and it has an obvious prompt that goes up in your face. %90 of people run past that bonfire. Okay, I don't want to comment in case I also did that, but that's absolutely wild. It's kind of in the dark and in the... That is not dark. That is actively burning. Like, granted, I have tons of muscle memory of identifying this shit, this specific game object, but no, you walk like the only way I can see you missing this is if you are literally just running blindly into whatever is the next segment without a care in the world. Without having any concern for your safety whatsoever. That's the only way I see you missing that bonfire. And at that point, I don't understand how you're playing the game. Like, you're not observing anything. Like, even if you do immediately forget the text about the bonfires healing you, like, that's very obvious. Like, I guess maybe if you're not looking at the screen, maybe you miss it. But if you're not looking at the screen, you shouldn't be walking into unknown territory. Oh, I thought he dropped his sword. It's literally the sort of a game people won't know yet that trolls can look behind corners, or that some stuff can be hidden. That's irrelevant. You should be Like, just, like, going slowly, just in general. So that you can, like, observe the area around you. Or even just at the very least, like, you don't know what's around that corner, so you shouldn't just be barreling in head first. Barreling. Like, don't run headlong into unknown territory. Like, regardless of game. I don't know. I don't know. Like, I guess maybe you happen... Like, I guess if your camera's like this, I could see you missing it. Like, if you're coming in and your camera is angled appropriately, like, you might see this and then immediately go to it. But still, I just find it wild that you wouldn't notice that. But apparently people do. Okay, this actually doesn't do any damage. Am I allowed to rest at that bonfire? Because that would be a shorter run back anytime I want to reset the map. What kind of view to... Wipe the grime off the Hollow's face with the shield. What? Sorry, I am asking specifically because I do want to rest at that bonfire. It would be much closer. You're not allowed to rest there? Fuck. Yo. I can land on this door. No, the door is slippery. Meh. Okay. Seemingly not allowed to interact with Oscar. There's only a couple enemies to interact with. Go ahead. Go ahead, kill me. Do it, you won't. Okay, well the objective is to get back into the boss arena. That much is seemingly obvious. Although, not sure where the hard respawn comes into play. Because at this point in the game state, if we kill the boss, it will drop the key. You have... How the fuck have I completed step 3? The only permanent state changes I've done so far is boulder and open this door. Unless it actually is warp well on this door, which would be very odd. Stabby, stabby. Kinda did the thing? What the fuck are you talking about? Oh, there we go. Okay, well, it's not warping while on the door. Personally, I would disagree with your assessment of how many steps are in the process. Because for me, I would say step 5 is leaving the asylum without Estus. Well, not step 5, the final step is leaving without the Estus. Oh, the door doesn't count as safe ground. You already know step 5? Kill Asylum, Demon, and leave? Actually, I didn't. You didn't give me an end condition, so I didn't know when that was in the list. For all I know, fighting Asylum Demon was step 4. just push this brick in so it falls to the ground? So I thought you knew that was part of the plan. Well, I mean, I was assuming that that was part of the plan. I just wasn't giving it a specific numerical value. He doesn't know anything ever until things happen. Yeah, I don't like dealing with certainties because a lot of the time I'm wrong, and then I look stupid. And also, you gave me a 4-step equation. I didn't want to modify the information you presented. Do 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 do. Turns out there's a third secret thing that can fuck your save file. Your colon looks clean, sir. You're free to leave. Doobie doobie doobie. Doobie doobie doobie. Reset because of a new one kind of thing. What? Is it landing on the door? Because that's the only, like, funky, finicky thing that I can see at the current moment. And yes, I am asking, is it landing on the door and doing stuff? No? Aw, but it's funny. The door's funny. Yo, I should put an online message on top of the door. So when people first play through, it's just a message floating in midair. It's fun but unrelated. Okay. How the fuck do you spell Charlotte? L-E-T-T-E? Is that how you spell Charlotte? It's not safe ground though. Won't it place it on the less safe ground? I don't know how the messages work. Charlotte. Okay. Thank you. In the age of the dragons, they bitch-slapped you for being stupid. But because they're immortal, you got bitch-slapped an infinite number of times. Because when you live forever, there's a 100% certainty you're going to be stupid an infinite number of times at various points in your life. And thus was born the right of Infinislap for the Infinibitch. Double, double, double. Honestly, at this point, I would love it if, like, the game just glitched out and threw me down to Stray Demon. At least that would be something new. Double, double, double. Play rude. Versus small buckler. Well, I know that one of them is going to buckle under the assault. Buckle. Oh, I'm gonna win. I'm faster than you. Doobie doobie doobie. Oi. Come on. Kill me. Kill me. You stupid tiny man. What if I use duplicated arrows to use the dark sign 999 times at the same time? It just sends me to every single respawn point simultaneously. Get the fuck out of my face. Yes, I am spiraling because what the fuck? Absolute, complete, utter, what the fuck? What the fuck? Boing. Blocked by some contraption. Get obliterated. Open the door, open the door. Yeah. The arrow method only works on things that you can already use multiple of. Locked by some contraption. Yeah. Arr. 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 Hello, Oscar. Goodbye, Oscar. Yes, I know. I'm on step 3 of 5 million. Tried the most primitive menu storage I've ever seen. Yeah. I accidentally pressed the circle button and it canceled this menu. I wanted to bring this over here. Meh. Would you mind telling me what the 4 steps are? Because apparently I've already done them, but they did nothing. Trigger boulder and die to hollow on top. Open the asylum demon door. You know, I was thinking about that because like whenever you die to this guy, it respawns you out here and then the door state resets. Maybe it has to be in one contiguous run. Like maybe by using Dark Sign in between the steps, it just breaks the sequence. Because it, like, solidifies the door state or something. Either dark signs or opening the copper door before dying to the hollow. You did that both times? Possibly. My guess is the dark sign is probably more likely to have been the thing to fuck me. Okay, can I please... Do you see how a new player can accidentally do this? If you are being super oblivious and not caring about the game in the slightest, I could see how this is possible. Also, I would argue that making the boulder fall down is possibly coincidental. Because it's impossible to die to the upper hollow without the boulder falling. It's more likely because boulder damage, hollow hits you a few times, you run off die to fall damage. Yeah, but that doesn't mean it's required. Also, that is absolutely not something that happens to every player.
In the A.
In the A. Correct. The answer to the riddle was dying. Just... That's fucking step 5 of an infinity step problem. That's like at the very end of the chain. Like you're not concerned with the final step of the puzzle if you're trying to figure out the first step. So that was a terrible hint in my opinion. Like, if I had asked for what the actual hint was, and you said it was dying, I never would have gotten it. And yet it's not forced. Seth would beg to differ, but the issue is that I was under the impression that the thing that's forced, that's not forced, but most people do, is in the first sequence of the steps. I'm gonna go ahead and see if this guy can kill me, and it works. Whoa, I think Yami was meaning that just every single player dies in general, not necessarily in this specific thing. Because, yes, every player does die at some point. But yeah, via intended gameplay, you are required to die. Because Seth go ha 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 ha. You're on a wrong mental trick. I feel like there was no reasonable path for me to be on the correct mental track. Doobie doobie doobie. No, 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 get the fuck out of my way. No, fuck. Out of my way. Doobie 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 doobie. People probably just die to that upper hollow because it's faster than dying to the arrows. Huh? Wait. Fuck, wrong button. Toggle. Oh, that's super funny. Okay, that's definitely unintended, for one main reason. This other interact prompt is still here. If it was intended, it would have been, like, a lot nicer. I'm just bringing that up because for about 3 hours you didn't really die to anything or anyone. I suppose that's fair. Yeah, I wasn't considering... You're absolutely right in that I wasn't looking properly, because I was not considering death as a thing that you do as a mechanic. Fuck. Oh, that's hilarious. He does have a proper health bar. Because you knew this door doesn't open even if you come back? Yeah, I suppose. A new player doesn't know this at all, they just try opening it and it just opens for some reason. Hmm. Oh wait, I'm not dead? Oh, I'm at 3 health. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, let's go ahead. Unfortunately, this means that low percent without dying isn't possible. Unless you can use the dark sign to simulate the death, even though a dark sign actually does not count as a death in any capacity. Yes, E. I think it's more important to reload once. Dark sign might also be able to trigger it if you only do it once. Yeah. Actually, let's go ahead and... Okay, nuke the saves. I imagine it might be specific to a death reload. Although, I don't know, because a save quit reload, I don't know if that would work. But we can try. Because if a save quit reload works, that's much faster because then you don't actually have to deal with the dying part. I wonder why talking to Oscar fucks it over. Probably something to do with the key and Estus allocation stuff. He gives you the Estus. No, he doesn't give you the Estus immediately. Like, you can talk to him and then just say, no, go fuck yourself. Like, you don't actually get the Estus until you, like, actually interact with him and stuff. Like, you have to ask for the Estus or kill him and then pick it up off the ground. Okay, you know, it's just a reload. If you escape the asylum without Estus, that is something that I am curious about. Oh, you fucking attacked me through the door. We can certainly find out. Alright. No pyromancy? Yeah. Although if you were doing this for low percent purposes, you're not going to have pyromancy anyway. I still think talking to Oscar and lighting the bonfire fucks it because your position gets updated. Oh, talking to Oscar updates your position? I did not realize that was the case. Interesting. That mist gate is still programmed to go away after the boss dies. So yeah, I personally would definitely say that's an oversight slash a glitch. Position slash progression point. I think all the shenanigan is just to avoid despawning the dorm. Yeah. I wonder what happens if you try to upgrade your Estus if you don't have any Estus. Oh! They accounted for that. Yeah, nope. Save quit does not automatically give you Estus. Good. That would have been a very annoying failsafe.
Well, let me guess. But there's no... There are one ring dot, so...
Actually, I'm curious if the Estus gets put into this chest. Okay, no. That would be a cool failsafe. If the Estus got put into here. unfortunately, the Boingo Boingo is gone. But that is interesting. That gives me confirmation that a boss that does not currently have its boss health bar displayed does have a normal health bar displayed. So the stray demon that we see walking around could potentially be the actual stray demon. Although I feel like with how many arrows I shot into it, it should have taken damage. Okay, well that was a fun detour. No Estes detour. I learned something new. Yo, the one run where fucking Sanctus is actually worth a damn. Although it might be more viable to just go and farm a bunch of humanity, and then just use those as healing. What about 3 hours in? You ran through everything, died to this Skelly Boy, and then just talked to Oscar. Nice. You know, I'm kind of surprised there isn't an intentional way to avoid the Estus. But then again, I suppose if they did want to give an intentional way, they would have... or rather, they intentionally made it so that you can't skip the Estus. Because, like, the simplest way to do it would be to just have the big boy always drop the big Pilgrim's Key. Like, they had to explicitly program in the counterplays. Is unequipping it and maybe putting it in the box. True, but that's not the same. Yeah, no, you can't put it into the box. Same with the dark sign. Okay. What do you mean, what is that abomination? Oh, the save file icon? It would just make it so Asylum Demon always I would just make it so it always drops the key if I wanted to make a no assist thing, yeah. A high skill check to make sure you know what you're getting into. Yeah. I think what I would do is I would make it so it always drops the key, but also, like, make it, like, even more obvious that the door is there. Oh yeah, you also have to remove the black fire bombs from the gift. Like, you would explicitly have to remove the black fire bombs, because that makes it way too easy to accidentally do. Nothing is stopping you from going back and just picking up the Estus again. Well, I mean, if you were hard coding it in, like, well, I mean, I guess you don't have to make it so the Estus goes away. Well, actually, okay, what you could do is make it so that he just always drops the key. You leave and come back, and then the Oscar on the ground is gone, and then he's the standing up Oscar is still there. Have the hollowed Oscar drop the key, but like, how, I don't know. Drop from strain so that if you skip it. I think you could maybe do it like similar to how Fallout sometimes does it, to where like you can always go back and disable the hard mode, but if you get to the very end with it enabled from the start, then you get a bonus. So like if you want to go back for the Estus, you can grab it, but if you actually beat the game without the Estus, then maybe you get like an exclusive item or something. But yeah, you would have to remove Black Firebomb. Black Firebomb would make it way too easy. Maybe Hollowed Oscar could drop the Estus, but it's like it starts at like +2. So like, if you want the Estus, it's kind of like a reward, but if you don't want it, then it doesn't matter. It mildly bothers me that they didn't add in an extra random ass gift. When you were thinking about it potentially being killing a silent team with a straight sword hilt, I thought I was in for a 6-hour fun ride of absolute disappointment. That wouldn't have taken... Wait, Oscar has a +7 app. What? That's lame. But no, it would not have taken me 6 hours to beat the Asylum Demon with just the straight sword hilt. Like, I had already gotten to half health at one point. I mean, we can just go ahead and do it real quick. Smith, did he bring it to true? I think that's lame. I'm a really big fan of, like, all of the enemy stuff being things that are actual items the players can obtain. So, like, if an enemy having an illegal item, that feels disappointing to me. Shut the fuck up, phone alarm. The stream is not ending just yet. I have not played any of the Borderlands. However, I do own them. Fuck. Well, that's massive spoilers. Don't give me spoilers for the Borderlands games. Dude, like, that's major spoilers. You can... Yes! That's literally stuff at the end of the game. That's absolutely spoilers. Well, yes, just in general, if I don't know about it, it's a spoiler, but even more so, like, end-game stuff is 100% a spoiler. And then also stuff in the DLCs, that's like triple spoilers. I think quintuple spoiler status would be like if there was like a hidden puzzle within a hidden puzzle. So where it's like you do a puzzle and there's the obvious like base level solution, but then like if you tweak the information slightly, you get a secondary outcome that's the real solution. Kind of like steganography type games. To where like they have like 3 different credits, but the first 2 are actually fake outs until you get to the true ending. Yeah, like if you told me how to access the DLC immediately. Well, no, I think it would be more like, okay, so you have the base game. Don't you dare punch me through that door. So like you have the base game, so like telling me how to beat that would be like spoilers. And then like the DLC is intentionally hidden. So like telling me how to find it would be like double spoilers. But if inside the DLC there was like a super puzzle, that would be like triple or quintuple level. Stop hitting me. Or like if the DLC had like a hidden QR code that led to a download of a completely different game. Stop hitting me! In-game DLC secret in the next game. Nice. Okay. You know, I'm not putting in the effort to do that right now. I want to find Solaire. Because Solaire is being a little bitch. And is just, like, hiding. Can you check if you can do the funny open the door sequence break, but rest at the bonfire afterwards? So open the door and then rest? Yeah, I can try that. You might have to do a silent team by running back the entire way every time. Yeah. Okay, so low percent. Actually, now that Woe's in here, we can get a third opinion For low percent, which do you think would be a higher priority? The Pyromancer, because they're level 1, or the Deprived, because they start with fewer items? Just having backup as save after opening the door because if it works. I personally, I feel that using save backups is definitively cheating, like more so than using glitches, because it's external modification of the files. Deprived, definitely. Interesting. Okay, now, third option. Pyromancer, but you make a mandate that you drop every item that you're capable of dropping. Personally, I don't know how I feel about that rule. For me, I feel that if you're forced to get an item, you should be allowed to use it however you want. Can't drop your Pyromancer spell? Yeah. So I suppose that would still technically be one more item, but even though you can't drop it, you're not able to use it. And then at that point, it gets into like a wibbly-wobbly web of what is actually most in the spirit of the run. Good morning, Kamikaze. We did the funny Estes skip, which is definitely not intended. We're trying to figure out if the Pyromancer or the Deprived is better for low percent. Can't use it versus simply having it. Low percent generally falls under the have and to do as little as possible. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel as well. Yeah, like having, like even if you... I'd go for Deprived? Okay, that seems to be the common pick. Even though it is a higher level. Although it does have, like, middle ground statistics compared to the Pyromancer. Like, some are higher, some are lower. Like, I think the Fireball, like, being, like, you're not able to get rid of it, I think that is a big detriment for low percent. Also, I feel like the drop everything if you can also opens the can of worms of, hey, can I pick up this new item and then just drop it otherwise so I don't have to inconveniently route around it? Yeah, I can see that. But then you would have the asterisk of you did pick it up. Like, personally, if I were to include dropping, I would make it to where, like you still have to avoid getting things if possible. It's just if you are forced to get something, but you are able to drop it, then you have to drop it. 4 armor pieces, a catalyst, on top of having a shield spell. Yeah, but if you have to drop it, then you don't have any of those. Although, personally, I'm not a fan of the requiring the drop. If you have to get something, I feel like you should be free to use it however you want. What's a good woozy face? What Sacred Smack are you talking about? Just not getting the Estus. If you run past the Asylum Demon and do not get the bonfire, and then you reload the map, the game assumes you died, so it makes it so that you can interact with the big door again. So you just run all the way around, and then you open the big door from the front without grabbing the Estus. I did not find that. Yami very patiently spent 6 hours walking me through it. saying if levels and spells are worth as much as progression as items, then Pyromancer starts with 1 additional point over Deprived. Yeah. Yeah, I suppose that's fair. Well, no, because if we assume you drop everything, the Pyromancer starts with the spell, but the Deprived starts with 5 levels. But we're not dropping. I need to just drop that. 3 hours of that was spent on a cryptic riddle level. Yeah. What is something that every new player does, but is not forced by the game? Smile. Ooh. Oh, descriptions. Which was wrong anyway, because Seth, yes, indeed. Very average commoner face, commonly seen face in the 5-finger delta. The answer being dying. Of the refined common in Astora. Intelligent, sharp lines, but scholarly looks invite insult. Look common in Thorland, known for its stalwart clerics. Jovial features of Katarina, known for festivity and drink. Katarina, that name sounds familiar. Ominous features associated with the Earl of Karim. Thoughtful, mature face, common in historical Zena. Great swamp heretics face prejudice for their atypical looks. Face from a distant eastern land of almond eyes and thin lips. Katarina. It's really 40 minutes for playing your typical new player. Yeah. Is Katarina listed in, like, an item description or something? Because I don't think I've seen any dark-skinned characters. But Katarina sounds familiar. Your typical part was entirely unnecessary and sort of weird. I was trying to get into the mind space of a new player. Sigward of Katarina? Oh, okay. Yeah, we never really see his face. Sigward? Oh, Sigmar. How about we just call him Squidward? Squigward. Pigtails? Wrong game. Squidward. Okay, I think I like Wave. Wait, no. No. This is low percent. We're not allowed to have hair. Shift for low percent, exactly. Yeah, okay, so physique, very slim, hair shaved. Oh, wait, hang on. Is dark skin a lot of melanin, or is dark skin, like, low melanin? Low percent egg word? Why though? What's an egg word? Because egg. Sure, why not? Okay, there's actually... Okay. Question. Because I actually don't know how I feel about it. No! Fuck! Fuck! I completely forgot you don't actually start with your starting items. I was getting excited about the bonk stick. Dark skin is more melanin? Okay. I was getting excited about the bonk stick because that's actually a decent weapon. No, we start with this piece of shit. Okay, question. Would y'all consider repairing an item to be against low percent? Because it's not getting a new item, it's just like modifying a currently existing item. And I don't know which way I'm swinging on that. It doesn't really matter because fists are more effective. Yeah, I suppose that's fair. But like, it's still good to have a ruling for it. I don't think I would consider a percent. Yeah, because it's not really a thing that you're getting or progress that you're doing. It's just like... I guess it's just like interacting with like the repair mechanic is always there. Like buying the repair kit is definitely banned. Upgrading the sword would definitely be banned. Getting this bonfire is definitely banned. But I will be getting it just to test Yami's thing. You're actually explicitly not allowed to fight them early, because that gives you the big bonk stick. I think it's a percent because you're technically getting more hits out of your weapon. I can see that. Oh yeah, big damage. 6 points. For shoving a fist up their ass. And even though this is a glitch, definitively, I think personally I would allow it and then just like do the rest glitchless just because it's more interesting. Interesting. It looks like opening up the brass gate does fuck you over. You have to reload before opening that. Okay, I'm just gonna run through quick and just test the, like, resting at the bonfire after the door is open. Or rather, after the game state has been reset so that the door is accessible. I wonder if there's any scenarios where using the straight sword hilt is better than fist. Maybe, like, if something is particularly weak to slashing. Because it's basically same damage. It's just a different damage type. Oh, yo, it actually, also because you can reload in order to do it, Deathless low percent is still alive. Gains more damage from strength as opposed to fists. Yeah, but the thing about that is you can't upgrade your strength. For low percent, anyway. In a situation... fair. Okay, test 1. Let's open the door. And then get the fuck away. Okay, now let's rest at the bonfire. And then... Hello, please stab me. Huh? Okay, for a second I thought I was invincible. There we go. Okay, no. If you die and reload, it does fix it. So, you either use a manual save point, or the run back is the entire tutorial. So, don't die. Like, you're just now realizing this. I thought you were familiar with Hollow Knight, Yami. Low percent is like... There's two kinds of low percent. There is any percent with like slightly longer time to run around some things, and then pain and suffering incarnate. Hollow Knight low percent is an anomaly, though. No. There's Twilight Princess low percent. There's Dark Souls low percent. Like, low percent is either just any percent with extra steps, or complete and utter bullshit for multiple hours on end. Hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and hours. Actually, there was a... I don't fucking remember... I don't remember which YouTube video it was posted on. It was probably a video about low percent. But one of them, it was like, Twilight Princess low percent is literally just, you get a free 8-hour sleeping session. Fair. It was... Actually, it might have been on a video about the Twilight Princess low percent. But the comment basically said, there's two kinds of low percent. Any percent with extra steps, and then an extra 6 hours to avoid the percent for breathing. Dark Souls low percent is also a deathless run? No. Well, one, it's literally not because Seth, unless you want to intentionally try and skip Seth. Actually, wait, no, fuck. True low percent is deathless because you have to skip Seth, because if you die to Seth, then you get the prison cell, you get 2 key items. Because you have the prison cell key, and then you have the big door key up top. Oh, that's unfortunate. But if you mess up... Actually, no, if you... I guess it's not technically deathless. It's just there's one specific spot where you're not allowed to die. Although, don't get cursed, because if you get cursed, there's no way to fix it. Actually, wait, no, you would be able to fix it. Because you would have a limited amount of humanity from bosses, and, like, just soft humanity. Unless you have to intentionally route around soft humanity. So just don't kill anything until the area boss is dead. Minimizing soul, I think, should not be required. Just don't fucking use the soul. Yeah, I don't think it's explicitly deathless. It's just dying is a very bad idea because you're going all the way back to Firelink Shrine if you die. And there's a few locations where you would be able to rest at a different bonfire. Specifically, there's Firelink, Anne Orlando, Stone Dragon, Chaos Covenant, and then I don't know if the Lord bosses are pre-kindled. Isn't resting at a bonfire? Actually, I would say resting at the bonfire is not a percent. Because, like, you already have the bonfire. Although, because they would be warps, that would be an issue. Because you don't unlock the warp until you rest at the bonfire. It's basically no healing at all, more or less. You would be the amount of healing that you would have would be restricted to the forced humanity that you are given after you kill a boss. Which is a very limited resource, which basically means no healing. You can die, you just have a long ass run back. Yes, which basically means do enough practice that you don't die. Because I don't know about you, but I don't want to run halfway across the map. I suppose if there's any other locations that force a hard respawn. You gotta remember each boss is gonna be like a multi-hour long joyride. Yes, indeed. And you're not able to pause to take a break. You're not able to pause to go to sleep. Which is the primary reason why I'm concerned about if I wanted to attempt low percent, because for workday streams, I only have 4 hours in a day. I only have a 4-hour period to stream. So even if I were to save right before the boss and start the stream at the boss, it's feasible that 4 hours is not long enough. Just 2 low percent Saturdays. True. Just casually work on Dark Souls low percent in the background while I'm playing through all the other games in the future. Although if I were to do that, I would have to take a year-long break from work, Ender, so that you can complete your low percent run. I feel like if I were to do low percent on the back burner, I would probably restrict that to just occasionally working on it on a Friday, because I wouldn't want to steal Saturday and Sunday from the other games. Okay, one thing that I want to test is kind of how these absurd challenge runners do it if you cannot finish it in a single stream. Like, take a day off from work. I'm not doing that. I'm not gonna take a day off from work for stream stuff.
In the age.
Oh, wait a minute. Actually, I was about to check if just have one dedicated day to grind. Ah, fair. I was about to check if when you go to Lordran, if respawning, if you do not set at the bonfire, if respawning at the bonfire counts as a rest, but then I realized that doesn't matter because you don't have Estus to refill. I kind of wish you could move the save file. Gotta go? Okay. Have a good day. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna start as the thief. Fucking shirt, fucking tiny beans. I'm gonna go ahead and skip the Estus, use the master key to just immediately just go around and get up to the shortcut. And I'm gonna come back and I'm gonna see how that interacts with shenanigans. You have to set it to Lord Vessel to progress, and I'm pretty sure it refills your Estus to full. Yeah, but do you have to set out the Lord Vessel to progress? I mean, I've heard there's a wrong warp that you can do. Because, like, low percent is either you skip the Estus and then just allow every single glitch, or you just take the base level Estus and do it fully glitchless. Because using a glitch to skip the Estus and then just banning glitches for the rest of the time seems a little arbitrary. I mean, it might make it more interesting to only allow the one instance of a glitch, but it would be more arbitrary. Obituary. Although if you're doing true low percent, you're also not fighting any boss, like you're skipping all optional bosses. So that means you might have to do some out-of-bounds stuff, potentially, to skip more bosses. Because I could see a world where K-Log is optional. One moment. And if you don't even have to fight the Lord Soul bosses if you use the wrong warp, you can just do that to skip most of the latter half after OS. Yeah. Okay, I still got the soul, but I skipped the humanity. Okay, so you can actually skip the humanity with a save quit. So you're not forced to get humanity from the boss. Okay, so you actually just have no healing whatsoever. I imagine because you do have the wrong warp, I imagine true low percent is easier than just low percent. Because you are able, like, low percent would have 5 base level Estus, which is basically nothing. But true low percent lets you skip at least 4 bosses. At least. Probably more. Oh yeah, because 5, because you would skip Sif as well. Although, even just, like, non-glitched low percent isn't implicitly all bosses. Oh, there's gonna be a Black Knight waiting for me. Oh, you wouldn't be... You would have to work your way around all of the Black Knights. Because when they die, they automatically give you their items. You can just do the wrong warp and skip having to go to the area. It's true. The Seth death skip. Yo, it almost rhymes fully. But yeah, you'd have to be very careful because some enemies just give you shit when they die. Like, I'm pretty sure the Black Knight in the Tomb of Giants sometimes can just randomly decide to just walk off a cliff. Although, I think there's only specific enemies that actually give you stuff on death. Like, there's the Black Knights, there's these guys, but those guys aren't going to kill themselves, most likely. Blow dart guys? True. But they only have a chance to give you stuff, I think. Or is it, like, guaranteed that you'll at least get the purple moss? I don't know. So, you know, Blighttown might just be walk forward 5 steps, save reload, walk forward 5 steps, save reload. Oh, fuck. I forgot what base damage was like. To be fair, you don't need to go the normal route of Blighttown. You can just access the back way where you don't encounter Blood Art guys. can you? Can you, though? Doesn't that require master key? Or getting the Anor Londo key? Or, sorry, New Londo key? I guess you can go down through Parish. Yeah, through Darkroot. My guess is I have two ideas of what I think might happen. One, the entire map is just changed and original Oscar is just no longer there. Or two, original Oscar doesn't have a map state flag because they are expected to be dead at this point. So the player, so they are going to be there as well as Hollowed Oscar. Okay. Time for bullshit. I am 100% backing up my save. Fuck you. Okay. Change of plan. I'm gonna grab the 3 humanity from Firelink just so I can heal. I don't think the Firekeeper Soul heals you. Although, ooh, I'm gonna grab it. The upgrade your Estus isn't, like, the dialogue option for that isn't there, which is interesting. Which would be harder in your opinion? Low percent or no? Low soul. Low percent. Just automatically, because low percent is no soul. Like, depending on your definition, low percent might be allowed to repair things, but, like, you can't buy things, you can't level up, you can't upgrade anything. So, low percent is just no soul with extra steps. Wait, yo, you can break the pillars? Interesting. Yeah, no, low percent is just definitively a harder version of no soul. Like, with, like, assuming that you low percent bans repair. But even if it doesn't, like, it's just basically the same thing, but harder. You're Deprived plus Master Key is 100% required for low percent no major glitches. You need to be able to skip lower Undeadburg and the depths by going through the Blighttown Valley of Drakes. Wait. Why is Master Key required? Does getting Master Key allow you to skip more than, like, at least 2 other items? Oh yeah, because I guess it would be the key to the depths and then the key to fucking yeah, Copra and Dragon. That makes sense. Although I was gonna say depending on what the trigger is for moving the tradesman, you could just purchase Master Key, but purchasing Master Key and starting with Master Key is the exact same penalty. Penalty. You can skip lower Undeadburg without Master Key by going through Parish. Yeah, but if you go through Parish, you have to deal with Tauros Demon. But Tauros Demon doesn't give you any forced items. But then I suppose that depends on if you're counting bosses as percent. New Londo, Open Valley of Drakes by draining New Londo. True, because you're required to get that key anyway, doing no major glitches. And you don't have to take the Covenant. Well, actually, no, you don't even have to fight Four Kings just yet. So, you know, that would be the best way, because that's no additional anything. Yeah, low percent is, like, it might as well be unofficially named cursed percent, because it is almost always going to be the most cursed category in any game ever. Because it's basically like, hey, you're not allowed to use anything. And that skips Tauros, Copra, Giving Dragon 2. True. Although, I suppose it depends on what you count for low percent. Like, because, like, obviously items you want to minimize, but what about bosses? Like, and then what about opening doors? Like, because that's just basic map traversal. Interesting. Oscar's Hollow Boy. If there's any way to survive the lava leading to demon ruins in order to skip ceaseless, yes. Oh wait, low percent rule set. Oh, I was gonna say just grind up 99 humanity and just brute force heal across, but low percent rule set. But yeah, interesting. He's still here. So I was actually wrong. I was fully expecting Hollow Boy to be here.
Oh, you. You're no hollow. Thank God. I'll die. You.
A lot of bosses in this have achievements tied to them. Achievements aren't part of the game. That is a platform-specific thing. They're not in the game.
Regrettably, but there isn't doubt in that one that will not. Oh, and.
Personally, I don't think achievements should be counted.
No. Oh.
That would make it so that true low percent requires you to do all major skips. There's stuff in the code to make it. Yeah, I suppose that's fair. But by that logic, beating the game is a percent. Oh, there we go. 2 Oscars. I think I got the screenshot. It's not the best screenshot in the world, but yeah, we got 2 Oscars on the same screen. Yeah, I got it. Yo. Something that could have been cool is if they gave Oscar like a summon sign for like maybe the stray demon or something. Okay. That was interesting. Very interesting that the game actually does not summon secondary Oscar. I wonder if it checks for if you have the Estus. Because that would make sense. Because typically the only way for Oscar to be dead is if you have Estus. Or, like, I guess if you just killed him. I would like to try egg. Kill him and not grab the Estus. No! Oh, wait, actually, no, I have a backup save, so yeah, we can go ahead and do that easily. Oh! Okay, it is literally just Oscar being dead. Fuck. I'm clipping that. He just spawned instantly. That's very interesting. I wonder if that's like explicitly the Oscar bus fight. I wonder how that works in the code.
I wish...
Okay, so if I click no...
Yes.
Okay, so yeah. Okay, so it is just... I wonder if it's just checking every single frame to see if you're in the second map and Oscar is dead? Or if maybe there's just a failsafe to where if Oscar is still alive somehow, on his death, it checks if you're in the second map, and then it just summons the second guy. But that's so very interesting. Does he just pop into existence? Yeah. He just instantly spawns in, drops to the ground. Oh, right, he has a magic S. Be infected with toxic. I mean, probably. I wonder what happens. I mean, I can probably assume what happens. If you mod him to be wearing Avarice, does he just instantly die as soon as you load the new save file? You know, it would have been cool if they gave an intended way of leaving this area, and then you come back with like bountiful sunlight or whatever the fuck the spell is called, and you can heal him. That would be cool. Does he die in the beginning cutscene? I don't know. What the fuck? Your message is being checked by mods. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna allow that. That's no, no. Can I fucking? Okay. Can I fucking whitelist a user? I don't know. Oscar dying sets flag 1 to true, and then the player leaving the asylum sets flag 2 to true, and they check If both flag 1 and 2 are true. Yeah, but the thing is, because he pops into existence instantly, that means that they either check both the flags on his death, or they are checking those flags every single frame. Maybe it's just anytime either of the flags update, they check if both are true. Okay, I'm opening up, like, Twitch proper. I feel like I should be able to whitelist a user to not have their messages held. How the fuck do I do this? I go to your account? No, not report. User. No. Okay, wait. Manage suspicious user, maybe? Monitor restrict. No, I want the opposite. I want to anti-restrict. Okay, chat highlight settings. Ooh. Yes, moderator. Let me... Yes. Okay, I'm getting distracted by shiny streamer tools. Okay. Start. Okay, channel modes, tasks. I don't know. It's just instant. Oh, it's amazing.
Why?
Okay, well. Time to go back to looking for Solaire because he is playing hide and seek. Dibby dibby dibby. Dibby dibby dibby. Because Solaire has disappeared from the bug-infested Izalith tunnel. So that means he went somewhere else. Unless the game is just breaking its pattern and now he's just nowhere ever again. Skull Lantern of the Catacombs Necromancer. Okay. I still feel the player should be allowed to shoot a fireball out of the lantern. Although I highly doubt Solaire is going to be down here, given that this is one of the possible ending locations for the Sigward quest line. Okay, the Hydra is alive. I'm also very curious about that skull. Although it's possible the skull is just lore. It might just be lore. Unless you need to fucking be max level Dark Gravelord, rather. And then you can talk to it. Yo, Mr. Skull, are you Artorias? Do you have an interact prompt? No, it does not appear to have an interact prompt. Yeah, I'm not seeing a Solaire here. I don't have all Forlorn Souls. Okay, so the door does have collision. I do not know of a way to get over to there. Actually. Okay, there is a ramp on both sides. Like, I don't think you're able to jump that. Like, I don't think there's anything that increases jump capacity. I guess maybe landing on the tree and then rolling across? Let's get out. Don't worry. The skin won't be pale for long. But you see, I feel like that's pretty close. Ah, yes. Fucking 8 hours in, and my water alarm finally goes off. It's supposed to go off every 2 hours. Unless I just happened to be away perfectly aligned with the 2-hour mark. You see, I feel like if I could get a proper bounce off of that, I feel like if I can get a good bounce off of that tree, I think that should be doable. Unless there's an invisible wall exclusively for the player. But I don't think there's any invisible wall with arrows. Yeah. There's no invisible walls according to the arrows. Oh, that was very close. Maybe the cat ring will give me cat-like balance. No. I don't think jumping over this side, I think that's even less viable. No, it's not the rusted iron ring. We've already tested that multiple times. If this is the one exception, then I'm not going to find it, because that's horrible, stupid. Like, yeah, it's horrible, stupid, is what it is. And there's no chance they programmed in an exception like that. Meh. Death counts are going wild in the background. That's so very close. I feel like I can do it. You know. If only there was something that increased my jump. Enemies would be able to knock you across? I highly doubt you'd be able to lure them all the way back here. And I highly doubt that they would give you enough knockback to make it all the way across. I wonder if you could do anything with Koth. Probably not. I don't think there's anything that increases your speed. Maybe dragon? I feel like dragon should run faster. Because it looks like those slopes go up to in front of the door. I can't tell. They might actually go behind it. I could, assuming you could get a Black Knight over here, I could maybe see them, like, you do a jump, and then they hit you to send you the remaining distance. Because it feels like I'm always, like, stopping right at the very edge on my best attempts. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and bump the bitrate up to 6,000. And we'll see if that explodes or not. Yep, nope. That does not look like it's going to work. Yeah, no, that's not going to work. Sag. Man, if I could just get one good, like, forward velocity dodge roll off. This will be over. Although it looks like the slope is too powerful. Even if I get a dodge roll off, I'm still going backward. Maybe they should have given me a grapple arrow. The dragon transformation should give you a double jump. Maybe there's some nuanced button sequence to get a different kind of jump that I just don't know about. Or some kind of like speed preservation tech. Limited only by stamina. Unlimited mid-air jumps, limited only by stamina. For dragon transformation would be cooler. That's actually the exact idea I had for one of my games. Like the protagonist's main like divine backer is like an owl-themed deity of shadows. So like one of the upgrades that you get is like ethereal wings, and I was thinking about making it give you infinite jumps limited by stamina. So good to know that there's another person who likes that idea. Although I imagine each individual mid-air jump would cost like a decent bit of stamina. So like just going straight up, maybe you only get like 3 or 4, depending on if you have a max size bar. But maybe if you were like trying to just hover over a long gap and you were using the air jumps to cancel your fall speed, maybe you could like do a jump, fall a little bit, regain stamina, do another jump. and like just kind of regain stamina while you're falling down. Because if you give like just easy unlimited flight, then you kind of have to build your entire map around it. And in a 3D environment, giving the player unlimited flight is a very good way to just be like, okay, here's all of the out of bounds everywhere all of the time. I'm sorry, what the fuck was that noise? That better not have been infected Solaire. Presumably the blob monster? That would track. That would make sense. For both this boss, for 4 kings... Oh, I don't have my magic shield equipped. Oh, fuck off. Yep, I just have to tank it. Oh. Oh, I'm dead. That was a very, very poor start. For low percent on 4 kings, you might have to time a death to happen right as you defeat them, because I think it gives you the humanity, like, immediately after, or, like, very shortly after the cutscene. Although I do find it interesting that both that there is a cutscene for this guy. Like, Gwendolyn, I can kind of understand why they have a cutscene. Because it's like a special, unique boss arena. But these guys, they get like a half-second cinematic for like no reason. Hey! That's the same audio as when Nito does his explosion. What the fuck? Okay, I still don't know what causes his magic attack to just completely ignore my magic shield. It's not consistent. Implying the Abyss isn't a special, unique boss arena? It's not special in the sense that it needs a special cutscene to instantiate the fight. Like the infinite running hallway, that I can understand needing like a special animation to set up. I love that they just chill over at the edge of the arena. Like, they don't instantly aggro. It's hilarious. Okay, so you get the Lord Soul instantly, but then the humanity is later. Okay, so you could quit out. I still feel like that giant door either is something or it should be something. Because honestly, like, this feels like very similar to how in a puzzle game you'll have like the big secret puzzle where you have to collect like 12 things or whatever. Okay, 9 things, and then 10 with the middle one. Well, like, you would collect a certain amount of, like pretty decently hidden secrets, and then it would unlock the final end game. How many key items were picked up this time? The shit ton? Are you trying to be sneaky? Are you trying to be sneaky and be like, oh, how many key items? And then I'm like, oh, it's actually they start fully lit, and every time you get a key item, it goes out. Or maybe I'm just being stupid. But actually, to actually answer your question, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. 16. 4, 8. 16. Yep, 16. Dibby dibby dibby. Kiln of the first flame. This is where you will find Solaire, because he has daddy issues. Come on, my man. Come on. We're going on a trip. Because you've been optimizing. No, that's fair. Oh. Okay. Miyazaki, From Software, whoever's in charge. Cut it out with the invisible walls for the enemies. Let me just lure the enemies wherever the fuck I want. Like, that's way more fun. Asking that way lets me just see them instead of you going through them slowly. Oh, hang on, hang on. Bro is trying to run. I mean, you could just... Oh, I guess you did just ask how many were picked up. Okay, come on, man. Run towards me again. Oh. We're going on a trip with our favorite Black Knight. What a terrible sight. No. Bro. Lame. Lame. Whoever's in charge of that is lame. Game? Where the fuck is this shit? I am... Where's my list of achievements? I have Knight's Honor, Prayer of a Maiden, and one quote-unquote hidden. Prayer of a Maiden... Knight's Honor is probably, like, just the DLC, potentially. Unless they didn't count the DLC weapons, which I could definitely see being a thing. Prayer of a Maiden is probably just fucking, hey, random quest line, they give you a thing. is this asshole? Solaire, where the fuck are... Where the fuck are you? Hey, do I need to have another fucking... Gwyn soul? Do I need a third Gwyn soul? Because, actually, yo, Prayer of a Maiden is New Game Plus exclusive. And I guess Knight's Honor, probably. Because of the Gwyn spell and sword. One thing I could see being an issue is putting out the lights here. Might have messed with the Solaire stuff. Because the Solaire stuff is heavily tied to the sun, and also just to these people. I could see Solaire being in the library. Given that that's like the highest point on the map. Like just get him closest to the sun. But that's also near the end of the Magic People quest line. Not gonna lie, I was half expecting that to do something. It would be cool if doing the Praise the Sun emote in the middle of the Gwen boss fight, like, did something. He's like, "Ayo, you met my son? Okay, we chill. Here, just take the fire." I'm gonna go back to Firelink. I don't think I actually explored that after getting all 4. I just immediately jumped into the hole. Maybe that guy will now have more information for me. Because apparently this guy is the hint NPC.
I'm a...
Oh, you don't have any more hints for me?
Well, that is a shame, but come, not, they'll be...
Hmm. He does mention the altar of the Grave Lord earlier. But maybe you have to come into the coffin. I don't have the catacombs warp. I guess I have the Tomb of Giants warp. But honestly, I don't know if that one's gonna be faster than Firelink. Yeah, this is starting to get tedious, where it's just running around in circles, hoping that you stumble into something that may or may not exist. Like, if I knew for certain that something had happened and I just gotta find out where, that would be a different story. But I don't even know if one, I don't know if anything is happening at all. And two, if something is happening, I don't know if I've met the criteria for it. It could be that Solaire disappears and then reappears after I meet some other stuff. Game, care to explain why you dodge rolled in the direction opposite of where I was holding? Yeah, it might have been faster to just run down from Firelink. Woo! Nice try. Okay, this guy should be all of them. Emphasis on should. Dude. How about you go the fuck away? I should probably check down here. Okay, so that scream from before was one of the skulls blowing up. That was then spawned by the massive souls. Okay, doubt this is gonna come to anything. Interesting. The little glowy bit is based on the player's actual position, not necessarily the rotation value of the helmet. That's very interesting. I definitely have eyes, because I grabbed some down below. Oh, and the glowy orb isn't in the cutscene. Yeah, okay, I wasn't expecting much. Okay, did I actually get the screenshot in time? Yeah, it was kind of fading out, but the image still works. Yeah, I guess you can also see that while you're dodge rolling. I, as I was scrolling, I think my brain just like merged several of the words in this list, and I read "daughter of autism." Oh, that would be a very powerful covenant. Okay, so Duke's Archives, probably not Solaire, because that's the magic quest line. Probably not Ash Lake, because that's like one of the Sigrid quest lines. The Catacombs is probably associated with the Way of the White. And Orlando seems like the most likely candidate. It's also possible that like my game state is just currently fucked. And like I just can't do anything with that quest line. Okay, I'm going to take a short break to go eat some food and use the restroom and stuff. Okay. I think I know what I am going to do. The new game plus scaling is getting to the point to where it's getting decently annoying to run through. So I'm going to make a new file, and I'm going to just duplicate everything to make it super easy. And then we will continue doing research there. I believe I'm gonna start Hunter. Yeah, so I have arrows from the get-go. Hmm. Oh, right, the Hunter doesn't start with a hat, because the Hunter hat is Ferris's hat. Spamming through his dialogue might actually be faster than waiting on the death animation. Okay. Okay. Okay, so he can break all of those platforms. Good to know. Fuck. Like, I was expecting it to break. But it's still cool. Wait. Okay, no, it did give me a humanity. Oh, I don't have 999. I guess 30 will have to do. I need to get a full stack of arrows, like, immediately. Can I kindle further without the secret right? Oh, okay. Okay. Vitality's pro. Oh, I should have did sorcerer so I could try and go for maximum health. Ah, well. Okay. Well, not maximum health, maximum level. Okay, so we want to get to a shopkeep that sells arrows, so we can duplicate our current soul, grab more arrows, and then be able to duplicate even more soul. Nope. Oven is ready. Beep boop. Bop bop bop. Okay. I think that's just a soul, but yeah, it's fine. No. Piss off with your ring. Okay, don't think I care about those items over there. Ruby ring, spider shield. Nope. Not fighting that just yet. Okay, so I think the idea is to get to max stats on, like, base game, such that all of the subsequent New Game Plus iterations are as easy as possible. Or, well, specifically, max out stats on base game, and then at the start of the next New Game... Oh, really? At the start of the New Game Plus 1, make a backup of my save. So, I run through it all, and then I just reload back to the start rather than looping and making everything else stronger. Okay, what the fuck? Okay. Whatever. No, fuck off. Absolute bullshit. Horrible game design. Runbacks. Okay. I think first priority, duplicate souls to get the fat stack Cestus.
Well, if don't get yourself.
Yeah, that ought to be good.
Well,
Okay, that's maxed. Oh, you don't sell the bottomless box? Interesting. I guess so. Okay, so the Cestus is cheapest. And then I believe it was like click E. Oh, whoops! I grabbed his second one by mistake. Hang on, 200 times 999. Okay, I do have enough money.
Don't get yourself... Well, you need a...
Why are you not working?
I'll be seeing you then. Well, you need...
Unless I'm doing something wrong here. I might be misremembering. But I'm pretty sure it's just click and confirm at like around the same time. Oh no, it's it's confirm and then click.
Don't get your...
Oh, for fuck's sake. I assumed the second one would be the one that was fancy. Okay, well, I already wasted my money.
Need a... I'll be seeing you.
Okay. Nice.
Well, need...
Okay, let's try this a different way. Okay, so this is now the safe just to drop. Okay, so let's see if
Well,
I can
you
remember how
need-
to do this properly.
I'll be seeing you.
Okay, so pause. And then there we go. Although this doesn't really help. Wait, hang on. Can I? Okay, yeah, I can do that. Okay, so I can go ahead and do this a couple times.
Well, you need.
Right. Yeah, I don't have Titanite. Okay, I now have Titanite.
Don't get your.
Okay,
Well, you need.
duplicate the
I'll be seeing you.
twinkling. There we go. There we go.
Don't get yourself. Well,
I don't know if
don't
upgrading
get.
the Cestus will break anything. So I'm just not going to risk it. Okay, what is the stat requirements for this sword? 10, 10, 14. Let's get everything to a flat 20. Okay, how many level ups does one one of that gives me. Quite a lot. Okay, 2 attunement slots is more than I'm gonna need, so that one can stay low and I can focus on the others. Oh boy, Titanite. Nice. I need something stronger than Nameless Soldier. I also am gonna go get the bottomless box because that's gonna make this process much easier. Well, that was kind of them to put this whole window here.
Hello,
I'm surprised that didn't do very much damage, but then again, I guess I am leveled up decently high. Oh, fuck off. Okay, I'm just gonna have to wait out the poison.
Thank you, kind.
Chain might be better. Yes. How is... Okay. Wait, how is leather armor better at bleed resist than chain? Interesting. Okay. Now... Okay, so I do want one more item in my inventory. For just ease of spacing. Oh, damn. Nice. Oh, that's like barely a headshot. Oh, it's a giant cigar. Nice. Okay, okay, you cannot dodge roll through that. Noted. Hovel. I have a sword with your name on it. Yeah, I think maybe like exclusively for great shields. But yeah, I feel like if you have a shield on your back, you should be immune to the backstab. Or at the very least, it should do like lowered damage. I'm gonna go grab this soul over here. And then I'm gonna add that to my notes because that... Oh fuck, I don't have teleport. Yeah, I feel like at the very least if a great shield is on your back, maybe if any shield is on your back you take reduced backstab damage, but it's just like the better the shield, the better the less damage. Okay. Notes. Miscellaneous mechanics. Okay. It is getting somewhat late because we had to start late. But I think I'm gonna call it there. Wasn't a full stream, but I'm getting tired. So, hope you have good days, and bye-bye.